Welcome back, everybody. This is Matt once again with another update from the last round. That's right. Okay. Just looking at all different things. We have a cam open here with the model display. I wanted to go on to show the physicality of what is playable in the game. Guessing by the cast in front of you, I'm sure you can already take a guess who these lovely, outstanding desirables are, right? You can already tell they're a primed set of not only the Scav Russian gangsters, of course, in their kind of cabanish sort of attire, right? But stands in front of them the one, the only, the meanest, the baddest Sniper Wolf. So yeah, this is here what we have currently. There's a little slide on the side there to the left. Uh, that way, the left, right there. Just the simple slide that we've been playing throughout, right? This is to ensure that there's a accompanied aesthetic to correspond with A to B, right? The image, the aesthetic, what we're initially going for. So, what is the last round, right? The last round is a cinematic survival horror driven skirmish game. It is not a board game. It is not a tabletop RPG. It is not a number of things. I ensured this as such that it's very much unique unto itself. It's very much its own thing. Uh, yeah, in short, dice, rulers, very simple mechanics, very cause and effect system. Everything is resolved right away. Everything is determined right away. There is no like, how do we play this? There is no like, hang on, let me get my codex. There's no none of that shit. In this, they all have a stat card. So the group behind her has a small stat card. Herself has a small, her own stat card. So really, all you have in front of you is like, oh, these do this, and those do that. Very straightforward, very simple to understand. Um, yeah, I could just elaborate further, like I have before, just a kind of a crash sort of iteration on things, right? So we can go over how you can see here that they're primed, right? This is a 28 millimeter scale of the models. They're all movable. I've custom designed their stands, their bases. I fabricated them myself and primed everybody, except for the standardized player character models and some of the other models that we have. I did not do, but the like bulk groups, the three bulk groups. So the PMC have custom base. One of the larger groups of zombie have custom base, and the PMC and the sheriff. So yeah, and there's even two or three others that I decided to just fix that for them because, in short, on arrival, some of the models did not come with them. They simply did not come with them. So I just thought, okay, let's be resourceful, right? Use what we have on hand, and it ended up working out very well. They're very well balanced. They don't tip or bounce very much. So that actually proved to be very good. So, um, maybe their weapon system, right? We can go over. There's a few more entries to make sure that the game understands. We can even do that as we go along, right? So, let's do that. Hang on a second. Let's just open that whole interface. I'm hoping that my volume is coming through good. I'm hoping that that's yeah. It looks like I'm coming through sounding all right. Visually, audio, video, looking good, sounding good. We'll just jump right into that. I have it open on this screen over here, but I still want to have it for this one. It just makes things easier. So we want to open the game question log interface. Okay, and it just goes like this. Display all ranged weapons statistics, comma, and abilities. Period. Example. Show me distances, different weapons, different ammo types. During this session, we're going to make a few more weapon entries into the system of the overall game mechanic. Okay, the correct momentum for formalizing, right? So 9mm pistol, just otherwise like, yeah, pistol. So pistol, it should know it as 12, but it currently is showing it as 6. So what do we have on file, right? There's like a brief summary. Like, and some of these aren't even in the game. The revolver is, the sniper rifle is, the assault rifle is, the SMG is, the shotgun is, the pistol is, the melee is, and yeah. So those are on there. Ammo type: light, medium, heavy, shell, magnum, bolt. So we have no bolts of any kind. We have no arrows to speak of, or spears, or anything like that. And we'll just say it like this, right? We'll just make an entry. We do have a pistol that fires 12 inches. We do have a shotgun that also fires 12 inches. We do have an SMG that fires 12 inches. We do have an assault rifle that fires 16 inches. We do have a sniper rifle that fires 36 inches. We do have a revolver, which is the same as a pistol, that also fires 12 inches. We do have a melee attack in the form of a knife or a baseball bat or any various other melee item. These are the current weapons in game as it stands. Period. After this entry, comma, I would like to make a few other firearm additions to our categories. Category of weapon range rule set. See, and you just like that, and that's a perfect way to just like integrate. Like, look, there's players in the game, so there's models in the game that fire standard pistol class. There's a assault rifle class, you know, like AK. So like AK, and then you have your SVD guy, right? So like, where's it here? Let's use this as an example, right? So this is our SVD player, or character model. He's not a character model, but he's one. He's the other sniper to Wolf, right? So in like a sniper kind of culture, it's like uh, wherever there's one, there's usually the other, and this is usually indicative in Tarkov, right? So snipers usually are never just the one. It's always one plus its lookout, or you know what I mean. They have more ground to cover. So this model and its weapon shoots. Well, this one's weapon shoots 36. This main NPC enemy character model, Sniper Wolf, her rifle shoots 36 inches. They both are of a 7.62 by 5.4 caliber. So in the game, the caliber of these two large weapons negate 5 plus armor save. So one of these two shoots a target like a PMC or a sheriff and lands on a body torso shot, which is a 5. So if you if one of these two rolls a 5 on one of those armored models, they don't get to roll the save. It just equates to -1 HP. They're the only two that have. Well, they're not the only two, but these are two on one team that they each have four of those 5/4 shots. So that's just something that is part of what makes their buff strong, right? They don't have ammo, or sorry, they don't have armor, but they do have a limited, stronger ammunition system. So between them, they start with 8, and you can't play as them if you are, um, a faction of life, right? So these guys are like bad guys, so they fall under faction of death. But these guys are like they're like an AI model that's actively trying to find you in addition to West's abominations like zombies and monsters and cultists and shit, just other things. They're one of three things that are out there trying to fucking get you, right? So that's the point of them. Um, so let's see what our result is as a baseline entry to our interface system. So if I'm making an entry to the interface system or the mechanic system, it regardless it carries over. So it's an interwoven like tapestry. Do you know what I mean? Of like I could tell it in one tab, but it's all one tab generally speaking. Look at Sniper Wolf and the boys. See, that's the thing is it's Sniper. So the general rule set, right, is a team of 8. You can command no more than 8, but you can't play as these. However, you can because in the last round, if you just play as this model set, you do meet the criteria of a team leader, which is required. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 others. So you can have a maximum of these 7 shooters plus your main character, 8. So the general rule as follows: 8 is the maximum. You could be one player commanding Sniper Wolf and her team of 7 Scav gangster Russians shooters. So that's the point. Like that's the mode, right? That is that particular mode. Is you can command this team to go into the world and go traversing um, the territory of the forest as well as the interior of the final iteration of the mansion. So let's scroll on to where it knows now about a now sharpened, revised version. Like I've told it before, but it included weapons that I did not just make an entry of. So let's break that down. The TLR Core Weapons Index version 1.0. 9mm pistol, 12 inches, a light ammo type, does 1 damage. So it should know not to do multiples of damages. That's another thing. So it's already displaying something I didn't give it, but that's what I mean by if it conjures something like a little extra, or if it like added its own little iteration of something, just make sure to stand it corrected, and it will stand corrected, believe. Um, so like ammo type didn't hold a relevance, but it's describing it as if it retains some type of relevance in the game. Just notably, like maybe that's immersively, right? Or cinematically, it'll say this is a light ammo type. It does 1 damage. The truth is, they all do 1 damage. A grenade can potentially do upwards of 3 damage. It could do up to 4 damage. That's really, and just really present a multitude of damages. The damage table on that is 50/50 variable, right? Um, Special traits, quick draw, +1 to initiative. So no special trait to the gun itself. But like, yeah, it's suggesting like a column of special traits that I never added. That doesn't mean it's canonized, but I'm about to stand it like really corrected. So let's just say this, right? We'll just tell it right away. Like, look, generally speaking, all weapons can only do an output damage of 1. In other words, One shot is always -1 HP. There is no weapon in the form of a firearm that can deal higher than -1 HP. Period. An IG grenade is different altogether, comma, that carries variables with it. The firearms do not. The only variable to them would be the custom ammo types. However, there is only one for now. But even so, it still only has an output damage per roll, if successful, of -1 HP. So see, we'll address that part. Now I can also tell it in the same sentence. There are no special traits to any guns. In addition, there are no special traits to any of the firearms, period. They hold and maintain a realism, period. This ensures a type of cinematic experience that stays clean and functioning to the system of the attack mechanics, period. So if there's anything else like it's handed me, like I can really just glance over that and tell it that like, look, this is how it is, and then it now has a corrected iteration of how shit works. Um, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Submit. Locks in the core firearm philosophy of the last round. It's a powerful design choice. Let's update the weapon's index to reflect the universal damage rule, the absence of special traits, and the clean realism that defines your cinematic tone. 9mm, 12 inches, ammo type light, damage 1. Shotgun, 12-inch, spread. So the spread thing, that is not going to retain like any kind of, you know, unless I really tune that in for that gun where like anything past like anything past the 10th inch or something, or anything past the 6th inch out of 12 does 2 damage. That because it's spread, right? It's if it's a buckshot, it's spreading. So tactically, you would want to select between the option for a core character model to use 12 gauge slug shells, chiefly for bosses or models with higher HP, or optionally stay with buckshot and hopefully get the chance of landing something over that defining distance from the attacker to the target that will give the 12 gauge shooter model that +1. So of a D6. That's the thing. Once the distance exceeds that 6th inch, which is like ones over here. Okay, I wish that there was like I could back it up a little bit so you guys can kind of see the lineage here. This is actually the testing room that they're standing in. I know, very expensive, right? Very ballin', super ballin'. This is inch 1 and this is inch 8. If the attacker's right here and he shoots anything past right here, inch 6, right? If anything past this to here is now going to add an extra dice. See what I'm saying? Because by this point, the buckshot is now spreading outward. Is now spreading outward like this to hit the target, dealing an increased output level of damage. See, I can see how that would work, but just to be clean cut and no confusion whatsoever, this is also the first iteration of the game. We're in 0.7.0. Um, in about a month, at the end of each month, I will determine which version the game ultimately is in, um, contingent upon the submitted multi degrees of progress that are made and charted in the game. So I'm making a progressional chart. Excuse me. Just to follow along and to ensure that everything comes to fruition as intended or better. It's like good, better, best. So that's also why I am showing a core case display of the models. We're 31 minutes in, 32 minutes in. My name is Matt. We're watching and listening to and talking about The Last Round, which is a board game. Not a board game. It's called a it's called a cinematically horror-driven skirmish game. What that means, we're using these models right here. What does it say? For example, okay, to attack, these models over here. This guy, let's get him in frame. Let's get a zombie in frame next to him, right? But don't get them too close. They bite, right? So that's the thing. We want these models over here to attack that model right there, right? And that's how the game basically goes. It just goes like that. The zombies in base to base contact, right? But if he wasn't, we would go like this. Um, all 8 of them shooters, we would go like this. This is how the game works. Live action, yo. It might seem like a overkill, but like this is how I'm just demonstrating. This is how the game works. 3, 6, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8. You take 8 dice, and because they all have weapons, right? 2 of those weapons completely ignore armor save. But this fool standing ain't gonna be standing much longer. And he don't have a helmet on. Right? Here we go. So this is the one roll at point blank range. This is also known as a focused fire order. So she has told her whole team, well, being that one dude is behind her, we're just going to exclude him from the roll. So we'll take that one miss out of there. He didn't count. Okay, so the guy directly behind her with the gun up in the air, kind of like the way she's holding it. This dude right here, he is being blocked. His line of fire is being blocked by the team leader, by Wolf. So we've removed his whole thing. Like he could, but it's like where I'm sitting, like right here, he's right in the way. The 3 of them are right in a line. You can even see that. So on that focus fire roll, we have 2 sixes, a 2, a 3, a 2, a 1, and a 2, and one guy who didn't even get to make the shot. So out of that whole thing, we got 2 headshots on this dude. So 2 out of these altogether, minus 1, dome shot, dome shot. You know what I mean? This guy, blap, he is beyond done. That guy is beyond done. So that's how the game works. You come along, you come across a target, and you have to eliminate the target, usually a series of targets that pose some kind of a threat to you and your team. So, in short, that is the game right there. That's really all it is. They move up. One of them, as a ranged attack model, gets within their ability to attack a target, and they go through with attacking the target. In some cases, something way gnarly comes along, and makes things exceedingly difficult, you know, like a monster model or a behemoth model comes along and makes it more difficult for them. So now it knows that we have a 9mm pistol. Well, these guys have some 9x18 Makarov pistols, but they don't have, you know, they're pistol class, so they do the same thing. Really, we're throwing um, classifying weapons into very simple, straightforward, understandable classifications. Pistol class, shotgun class, SMG, assault rifle class, sniper rifle class. Revolver is also a, you know what I mean? That's also, but I think it should be one gun apart from the other weapon sets that could have a custom ammo. Do you know what I mean? Like a revolver that shoots like some crazy like not maybe snake shot, right? That's like it's like a small, it's like a tiny, it's like a 44 caliber shotgun. Uh buckshot cartridge, so they call it snake shot. Maybe he uses snake shot or something, or maybe there's some like hollow point revolver rounds or something that Charnetsky makes him, or something. It'll be something because he'll craft all the different shit, and that's how it works. So it now knows that the pistol is 12-inch range with a damage of 1. Shotgun is 12-inch with a damage of 1. Ammo type is by a shell. SMG is 12. So it's like an auto pistol, but it really can only they can all safely and fairly deal one output damage at a time to whatever it is you're shooting at. Uh, so assault rifle, right? It's like it has a longer, understandably, it has a little bit longer of a barrel, right? AK-47, AK-74U, KAM, or whatever AKM, like whatever this rifle he's holding right there is. Um, that's what we're going off of right there. The new classification record and document more or less for the AK style gun in the game. It has its own variable, like it has its own variable like rule now. Like even this dude, he has the 7.4U and the other guy has like the AKM. The big difference being is like how long the barrel is. The other one has, see, like the other guy, like pointing every fucking where. Like this guy's has a stock and a longer barrel, and this dude's like has a shorter stock, if anything, same length of stock, but just a shorter barrel. But they're both the same class gun, so they're both gonna shoot 16. Like though they're different, they're not too far apart enough for me to break continuity or change the rule set or the fucking mechanic. You know, I think this dude's pretty cool. This dude, all he does is just stand there and smoke a blunt. Honestly, he's probably my favorite model. He also has the same haircut as me too. Um, but yeah, so like the system now knows that an assault rifle now does 16. Sniper Wolf here and her assistant, not assistant, but fellow sniper class model. Whoop, bled, suka fuck. That he also shoots this. That's his weapon class, SVD. Right, SVD. Bah, bah, bah. Like DayZ or like Tarkov or any of the games you could think of that has the SVD in a huge 10-round magazine. You know, in real life, in the games, right? But in our game, um, his is semi-automatic, but he still gets one in the attack phase, and like hers, obviously bolt action, straight classic sniper rifle. Uh, but still one attack per roll, right? So the sniper rifle, heavy, 1 HP. Revolver, same thing, pistol class, 1 HP. Melee weapons, the knife is a range, right, adjacent. So like that can only happen like the way those first three are. See how their bases there are literally touching her base. The three of them are now in a base to base combat. So now they're not. If they were fighting each other, they would not be able to make an arranged attack anywhere outside of what's happening between the three of them because this more or less declares them interlocked in a knife fight, fist fight, some kind of physical skirmish. It would represent that, and that's basically what you have to do um, if you're a melee model. So if you're a cluster of zombies, they're all going to do that. If you're the zombie boss, he's going to do that. The zombie bear, he's going to do that. Like all these, there's a overwhelming presence of a lot of non-ranged attackers, but that's why I've given there a huge like showroom level of shooters to choose from, right? Like um, armed ranged attack models. I think it's very important that like the game includes this the one is lacking, but it has this other buff, and where that one has a huge buff, it's like the other one has a huge plus. It also has a minus, so they both have a check in. Everything has a equivocal check and balance, is what I tried to maintain, right? So the bat, the knife, or any other melee considered -1 HP. Ammo type: light, shell, medium, heavy, magnum, right? So they're all the same. They all do one damage, but it's classifying them as like different ones you could pick up in the game or whatever. Design principle, the realism doctrine. Yeah, so that is that about weapon system. Is there anything I can see about them that should be added that we don't already have? Well, I can't think of anything else really beyond switching them out. I think that's what I want to do next, right? So this here, we'll start with the shooter classes, right? This is the cast here of Sniper Wolf and her shooters of the Russian scav gangster dudes, right? It's a gnarly team of bad dudes who are there to so their interest is to get to the mansion. And not only that, they basically want the same thing that Ada wanted in Resident Evil originally, canon to Resident Evil. They want the reanimator virus. It's not a virus. It's actually the reanimation agent, the reagent. You got to watch the movie Reanimator to fully understand. Like that's the thing. Like people would know whom which have not seen the Reanimator or that those series of films, those straight classics. They're the trailblazer. It's basically the meat and potatoes of Splatterhouse. It comes from one movie, right? And it's one movie. It's one of several movies that gave the influence to Splatterhouse, right? So Splatterhouse is heaviest influence from Friday the 13th. Hockey mask, machete, torn, clothing, ripped dude, only they've made him good. You know what I mean? They've made him like an antagonist of good. So the whole flipping bad guy to good thing, that's been going on forever. Forever. So there's no reason for me to have to try to explain like as to why I've decided that Ada now works with RPD. So without further ado, we can move these guys along. We've introduced Sniper Wolf and her team, right? I think we can let's do it like this. I'm gonna rotate everybody over in a safe kind of manner that just like keeps everybody consecutive and locked in. I don't like to ordinarily keep them out for an undetermined amount of time. I know that like now that they're primed, like you will be able to see every single dust particle. You will be able to see like really anything that touches it, lands on it. You could see it. It makes it definably stand out super hard. That dude's shooting at you from fucking hella far away. 36 inches. It's like the length of your arm. That's how far these two models can shoot. And again, that's a carryover from not a video game and not a movie, but Warhammer 40K, right? Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer 40K, that type of thing. That's initially where it's all from. So I just want to have them over here for a second. I ultimately want to put them back where I had them. But we're going to take this moment to move forward from the Scav Mafia Russian organized crime syndicate, who rules with Sniper Wolf. We're going to move on to another team. Another team entirely. A playable team. A good team, right? Another armored team. Only this time, it's none other than Solid Snake and the PMCs. So I think there was, you can see his like bandana. There was, I think there was SOCOM. So that's his classic Metal Gear Solid SOCOM pistol. He's of like the 1998. Do you know what I mean? This is his outfit. This is his version variant. It's the first Metal Gear. Well, the PlayStation Metal Gear, we'll say. It's been many years since Shadow Moses. We'll just say that. I think the model was supposed to come with a suppressor on the end of it. However, there is a point in the game, in the PlayStation game, where you can remove or add or remove the suppressor, I think. If I remember correctly, there was a point when you could do that. So he stands with these dudes right here. Let's just make sure everyone's accessible. Yeah, and in a good placeable area on that second line next to Snake. These are the PMC operators. I do believe it should be. So that's the one tricky thing now is they share the custom base system that the fucking that the other guys do. So I have to like make sure that these homies are the homies that stand with the right homies. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, I'm like pulling. The discernible difference really is like one set of models have one characteristic, the other have the other. I try to keep them apart, but they do look really similar. That's kind of the shit part. They're all really cool and they're really tactical, and that's what makes it like okay, yeah, so that one is sheriff, right? So it even says sheriff, right? So that's just it right there. My bad. These homies have sheriff on them. I think he's also a sheriff model. So yeah, thankfully so you can even see it on the back of his shit. It says sheriff right there. You probably can't see it, but it shows it like right along his shoulders. Whoop, like right there. Let's see if we can get that up in there. Ooh boy. Here we go. Right there. Right on his shoulders there. It says sheriff. Sheriff, see? Sheriff. So that's not the right. That's the one really like the one indicator that just like says sheriff on their back. That's like the only way I could fucking honestly tell. Now I'll have to like put a white dot or something like next to these fuckers. It's really that's how defined they are, and it makes it harder because they're all dark black. Very hard to recognize. So we have the sheriff cast right there a little bit. But right here, I think, is the entire PMC set. That's how I wanted to keep them separate. I got them confused because I got another team leader standing nearby. There we go. All right, so this dude is hard of standing. But you know what? I kind of did his base wrong, but like in his build, do you know what I mean? Like in his build, he's on one foot running like that. So he's one of like two models that actually fucking tips over, but not like a lot. Like he stands, but you can see his other foot is not attached to nothing, and he's cinematically running along, which I thought was really fucking cool. All right, so this will be our other team. They're all set. They're all set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we need where's his seventh one? There he is. He's fucking hiding back here. Yep. 7 plus 1. That's the team right there. So we're going to get his together. We're going to get Snake's team all situated. Right. So he is an M4 player. And this dude is an M4 shooter. So, like, you can see in the factions, it's like the PMC operators with armor have like the straight up Tarkov, like The Tarkov induction is completely present in the game. I mean, it's all the way there. The shit is all the way there. Like in just about every respective way, the shit is all the way there. That's the truth. And for the right price too. That's the thing. Also, I can't stress this enough. There's nothing that I have created that's for sale. I'm not selling anything. I'm not selling an idea. I'm not okay. I'm not advertising anything, but I'm not. I'm merely sharing like what it is. I could share what it is, but I'm not selling anything. I have nothing for sale. I'm not claiming that this is like I didn't make these. All I did was buy them and paint them and then apply a universe to them and give them a purpose instead of them just being collectibles. So this dude, is also going to make an entry. This here is the one I think that we have M60 player. So he's seen right there, obviously with the MG, right? He's a machine gun operator. He's holding a weapon that holds a belt boxed chain of 100 rounds, right? So depending on which caliber that guy in front's gun is, it could be a 5.4. It could be a 5.4 shooting gun if it was a PKM. But since it's M60, it's going to be an 7.62 by 5.1. So like an ultra nozzler round or one of those types of rounds, you know. But again, it's a different gun, so it's going to need a different range, right? It's a larger caliber, so there's consideration for this dude in front to have something that rule wise is fine and the buff is fine, right? He needs to have a rule applied to the system that doesn't crack like the interaction, like capabilities. It's like his capabilities are gonna have to be such that it doesn't ruin him or the system. Like it's really important that like him and the system uh, work together. Sorry, I'm like fucking detracting from what we're doing here. So I'm really just trying to get the whole team out there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's number 7? Okay, so without putting the M60 operator too heavily into the spotlight, we're gonna move his team back, right? And then we're gonna move him forward. This is just everybody who's included. It is Snake, Solid Snake, and his team of PMCs. They are going in to find not only so these guys, right? So I showed you Sniper Wolf, what they can do, like what their role is, and it's really important that you know these like staple pillars of these models, and what their plan is, like what they're fucking after, what they're really after. That's what each of them really are there for, and what they really fucking want. You know what I mean? Everybody's there for a purpose, and everybody was there for something that they wanted or that they fucking needed. You know, good, bad, and indifferent. They all fucking wanted slash needed something. But what? Right? What is it? What is it for Solid Snake and these team of elite forces? What is it that they want? Right? They're contracted to come in and clean house, right? So these are in fact described as the cleaners. Like they're not called that, but like in truth, that's what they do. These guys come in super heavy and armored and all this shit, and they're designed as like in a skirmish game. They're designed like anything you would normally do in a skirmish game, I guess. Your main their main driven objective is to come in and fucking wipe everybody out. They got to come in and wipe everybody out. And by means they by by rights they have the means to do it because they've corroborated. So this team of elite special forces, I guess we'll say, has assembled to um, corroborate in conjunction with Raccoon City Police Department, uh, Sheriff Rick Grimes, so the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, and the PMC have all like trilaterally connected each other to work cohesively on a case um, that's going to involve a number of different people with a number of different skill sets to accomplish a number of different things as swiftly and cleanly as they can execute this mission. So there's this mission where they have to go into the forest and it involves looking for Jennifer Willis. It also involves the arrest or elimination of certain individuals. El Aldeano, also known as the Chainsaw Man. They're also after the elimination of, you know, like any deemed threats that they find, like right there, like if their lives are endangered in that moment, they're taking them out. Like obviously, and as it stands, unless they're obviously a human and they need your help, they're not good. Like, you know what I mean? It's a creature or a monster or some kind of danger, presented danger in this game, in this skirmish game. So what they want to do is they want to take your lives, remove your models, take your loot, you know what I mean, and just reduce all your guys down to 0 hit points. Snake has 3. Each of these guys have 2. The same thing applies to Sniper Wolf. She has 3 or 4 wounds because she's an enemy class model. They're all enemy class model, but they also have 2 HP but no armor. So see how the buff is? They are equivocal to the other 2 groups, but they don't have armor. However, they do have 8 36-inch shots between them, so that's their check and balance. These guys, they're armored and they're a group and they have a leader, but they don't have that super ranged attack. They can't snipe, right? So none of these guys' attacks will ever exceed 16 in a range of 16. So that's like their buff. Any leader model, right? So Sniper Wolf or Rick Grimes or Solid Snake, any of these guys right here, the character models, they come with a slot system so they can throw grenades and they can, use singular heals at a time. And they have the ability to do things with a stat card that don't exist on these guys' stat cards because they're not main role characters. They're supporting role characters to the main playable character that you have selected. For example, Solid Snake, who I would play as every time. I'd play as fucking all of them all the time. That's just generally I put the characters in the game that I would want to play as, right? So or fight against, right? So we're gonna fight Sniper Wolf with Snake. We're gonna fight Chainsaw Man Aldeano with Leon and Claire and Ada and Jill. Like a all RE cast is gonna end up colliding with some Resident Evil uh, themed threats from their universe. There's gonna because that's where the crossover is. The forest. They all come together over one common cause. The Arklay Mountains are right next door to the Northern Ridge. That what I'm saying is Splatterhouse is right next door to Resident Evil, and somehow The Walking Dead and Metal Gear are dragged into this. Almost, I would say unrelated, unfucking related. Like none of it's related. But who is Snake to who are these individuals to Snake Plissken, Escape from New York? If we used Kurt Russell's model, that would be really cool. I mean, honestly, if I could have one or the other or both, I want the Kurt Russell Snake Plissken, and I also want the Jack Burton from Big Trouble in Little China. So this character of Snake, his influence comes directly from Snake Plissken. So for all intents and purposes, this is Snake Plissken, but it's Solid Snake, or is it Big Boss, right? Like which this is the 98 iteration, you know what I mean? So the PlayStation 1 iteration, which was my favorite, and it's exactly why I picked Leon's version. So Leon's version is the 98 iteration of Resident Evil 2. I like that model the most. There was a number of different Leon choices. I went with the one that I favored most in his most rookie fucking stage. You know what I mean? Like his most brand new day one fucking aesthetic as I can get it. So we'll make a quick entry real fast into the mechanic system in regard to the fact that the M60 is its own caliber and its own gun, but it really is gonna shoot 16. I just don't think that like maybe if that guy lands his maybe this one model who's not a player model, this dude with this machine gun, maybe his special six. Look how fucking clean and lit up that is. I put a good light on that. Maybe this dude's special six is if he rolls a natural six, like if you use him independently from the rest, like if you break him out of focus fire, like if you just hand roll each one of these guys, instead of dropping one handful of dice, 8 dice, you could roll 1 dice per character model. That's ordinarily by default, that is the order of the system. You do roll for him, for him, for him, for that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. Or you can opt to save time and just take all 8 fucking dice, 2, 4, 6, 8, and have a good roll, you know, and like your results would be, and I put them from top to bottom. So the top is a headshot, the middle is a body shot, and the bottom is a blackout. And you just categorize any of the dice that match and any that don't. 1 through 3 are misses. So in that 8 shot roll, what did we determine? 1 headshot, 1 torso body shot, and 2 blackouts. The 6 goes right to the face, the 5 goes right to the body, and the 4s, if it was a model that had any weapon of any kind in its hands, physically represented in its hands, these 2 blackout 4s go directly to the attack model's ranged weapon or weapon in hand. So the first thing, so if I got 2 of them, boom, boom, they wouldn't double stack. They're both because they happened at the same time. They're both effective in that instance, but it blacks out this score of 4 and 4 would be representative of blacking out both your left and right arm. So if I somehow rolled only one of the 4s, it would represent blacking out the shooting hand, basically the hand that's holding on to the trigger frame, like the grip, the grip frame of the firearm. But in the instance that you're hit with 2 blackouts, that's like a one bullet went to one arm and one went to your wrist. You know what I mean? Just dropping the whole gun for like a second because both arms are immobilized. So the blackout effect happens over the course of one turn. By that next turn, if that enemy model is still standing, he can still move, but he can't shoot. On the next turn, he gets that model regains its ability for ranged attacks. It can shoot again. It's kind of like summarizing without. It's a passive way of saying that the attacker who received 2 4s recovered. Like they come with CMS kits that you can't see. You know what I mean? Like repairing a blackout that you can't see. Like you don't see them doing it. It's just presumed that everybody comes with um, that kind of medical system. If I really wanted to convolute the system and stress the fuck out of it, I would implement it so that you manually have to do that. But listen, that's why we have fucking video games. So, in this world, in this universe, in this style of play, that's something that's already resolved without explanation, and it's sort of a passive effect. So let's just make a quick iteration into the system and make sure that it knows what the M60 is all about. Okay, scroll. Okay, new weapon entry. The M60. M60 machine gun. It is a heavy, belt-driven machine gun that holds a box that contains 100 interlinked rounds, period. These rounds are typically of a higher caliber, comma, such as the 5.1 variety, which is this one, period. The PKM, unrelated, shoots a higher caliber round of the 5.4 distinction, period. This gun, comma, the M60, comma, 60, comma. It will have the same range as a standardized assault rifle, period. 16 inches is the range that this weapon can attack, comma. And just to stay stable with the attack system in TLR, comma, it will only produce an output damage of -1 HP, period. There are, there are no special rules, there are no special reactions, there are no special tactics. It retains the same degree of rules that fit cohesively into our system, period. Just like that. The integration of this weapon is now part of the game. So what that involves is it'll say, so like in their stat card, it'll say C weapons model, or C model's weapon. So it's like when it classifies any one of the three groups, right? So the PMC group, it'll say 2 HP, movement 5, armor 5 plus, which means to save, they can roll a 5 or a 6 if a successful wound, which is a 5 or a 6. If they land a 5 or a 6, they get to roll a 5 or a 6 to deflect that attack and save that hit point. Um, it also says on their stat card, C model's weapon. So, like when it says ranged, it just says 1, and then it says C. It'll say X1, which is 1 ranged attack. And then in parentheses next to that, it'll say C model's weapon. And that just basically, you can't fuck that up. So, what does the new weapon entry understand of the M60 machine gun that this model has right there? Excellent. The new M60 machine gun is now officially entered into the TLR Weapons Index system, fully aligned with the realism doctrine and the unified damage model. New weapon entry. M60 machine gun, 16 inches, heavy belt, 1 HP damage, belt fed 100 round box mag. Despite its size and caliber, the 5.1, the M60, adheres to the universal firearm rule of -1 HP per successful hit. No special traits, no exceptions, pure cinematic realism. Because that dude right there, like, these guys might not have a fucking scary sniper rifle hitting at you that you can't see, but just the sight of it is pretty gnarly because he's the one, like, you know what I mean, heavier machine gun operator in the whole fucking game. I'm starting to have a feeling like he should have some kind of particular buff that's like unique to him because he's the one dude. You know what I mean? He's a support fire group model, you know, so like he's like the noisiest fucking one in the focused fire group scenario or scene. Anytime that scene basically takes place in game, like I just see that dude holding on to the fucking thing and just chopping the shit. You know what I mean? Like cha 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 You know, cool. So it now knows all about that. The range parity with the assault rifle keeps it tactically consistent. It's a heavy ammo classification, and it reflects its caliber and weight. No special rules. Maintains clean, grounded tone for TLR's combat. Right, right. So that is that. And this is them. These are the PMC operators. These are the smooth operators. Operator. So it's like painting them is gonna be fucking wild. Because this is like a like 5 inches from the face of the camera. Like these are really tiny. These are fucking hell of tiny. So you got to get way in there, and I mean you got to get way in there, and the lights got to be like right here, and you got to just be on them. Like when I do these, I'll do all their shoes together. When I do these, I'll do all their hats because they're all wearing hats. And when I do these, I'm gonna do all the silver parts, silver, metal, metallic parts, and then I'm gonna come back and do all their vests. Do you know what I mean? Like that's like the assembly of it because just to do one whole model and then one whole model, it's like you're dipping the pot. You know what I mean? That's always been my strategy and workflow with getting things done. Um, I could exemplify that with the zombie group. In fact, we're gonna do the PMC. We're gonna do the sheriff group, and then we're gonna do the zombie group. So, in conclusion, we have M4 shooters. I think we even have a Scar shooter. So his doesn't really affect. His has no effect on like the change of the mechanic or the game. Even the M60 guy doesn't change anything. All he got was an induction into the system for for his weapon, right? So like, what is that? What does it do? It's obviously different from the rest. Well, the truth is, it's just fucking cool for now. In the future, it can be a whole lot fucking cooler. That's the short of that for this dude right here. Um, these are the PMC models for Solid Snake. And in the words of Solid Snake, right, to Meryl, don't think, just shoot. And like that phrase is absolutely going to carry over into the game. Don't think, just shoot. Like he'll like say that like cinematically or thematically. He'll say that. Like you'll know or imagine that like he'll say some kind of he'll drop some kind of snake line like in a adjacently or connected to a focus fire order group like focus fire, don't think, just shoot, so that's where that clicks together, I felt. Anyways, nerdy as fuck and loving it. So we have done Sniper Wolf and her crew. Over here we're going to just switch up everybody, right? We're just going to I could have done this beforehand, but I had not done it. Was meaning to, but hadn't done it. So we're now setting down the completed groups, and we're going to bring up the next one. They're all really well done. Like all of them. That's the thing. 3D castings, 3D printed castings are so fucking top notch now. This is I just want to say this. Like, if I could say anything, I just want to say this. This is the golden age. Like, this is now the golden era to be doing stuff like this because now the technology is here. Do you know what I mean? Now it's all fucking here to do this shit. That's super important. Like anybody who's my age, 40, and like most people my age or older, they would understand. There's a lot of people who are younger, maybe more or less younger, but didn't really grow up with this. Like maybe they grew up with this because this was more accessible to the anyone younger than like 35, 40. But at my age, anyone my age knows that like this fucking shit. If you wanted this high degree like that, you were paying like insane amount of money just to have this, and you wouldn't get it in 28 millimeter either. It would be like you know, 50, 60, 70, like huge, this huge like diorama stuff. You would basically be buying a fucking big statue that you couldn't do shit with beyond just displaying it in a case, which is fine, which is cool. I'm not knocking that. But like I wanted my game to be a dual purpose functionality. It inherently will do both. They're not just a cool sculpt to look at. It's not just something that like um, from a collector's standpoint, yeah, sure. Like once you've put it together and you've painted Snake, once you've put him together and painted everything, like he's now going to be worth more than he was when he was in his fucking box, unassembled, unprimed, unpainted. You know what I mean? Like that's a substantial difference from being in the fucking box to this right here. It's really important. I don't think people people understand that part. I think everyone understands that part, but the part that's overlooked is like if you don't put them together and you don't give it a purpose, you don't give it a design or anything, it really is nothing more than a 3D printed resiny piece of plastic that like just stays in the fucking box. It doesn't get fielded into battle. It doesn't reach a testing room. It doesn't reach a fucking actual table, and no dice are rolled for it. That's cool if that's what you want. It's not any lesser. But to me, like for this snake model, I'd say he was about $8 or $9 after tax and shipping and all that. But you know what? Like how many like packs of fucking cigarettes or like energy drinks or like gas in my vehicle or fucking crazy like restaurant like trips. You know what I mean? Like I've bought so much other shit that like I could have had like two or three entire casts of models because I wasn't paying attention. Do you know what I mean? Like the world and the collectability and the degree of it and the community and the amount of just sheer fucking sculpture and artwork, and someone didn't just make this on a screen. Yeah, there's a blueprint to make models and things, but okay. We're going to do this. We are 1 hour and 18 minutes in. I'm going to go for another smoke break, but as I do that, we're going to run the first and only but newest cinematic trailer for the last round. Be right back. Few moments. Smoke break. Okay, we're back again. Once more for an addition to the last round. This is a showcase. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome if you have been here the whole time, if you've just arrived, or maybe you watched this way after the fact. A couple things I'd like to address. I'm going to be co streaming this not only on Kick, but I also wish to do a co-stream, what's it called, multi-stream split to YouTube as well. So we're gonna have a saved documented route over here with YouTube, and then or over here with with YouTube, and then right here on Kick, it's gonna be live, but it won't be able to like save it. That's the problem. Either I haven't set that up, or this platform just simply doesn't do that. Either way, it's hours and hours. I have like two 7 hour videos, like a 5.5 hour video, a 7.5 hour video, and we're already an hour and a half into this one. I'm actually really surprised with this one. This one, each time I try to make like a live in regard to the last round, I'm trying to make sure that like I include more knowledge and more comprehension and more diverse ecosystem, involve more to show in each production. This really hasn't costed me like a lot of money, really at all. This has costed me very, very little money to do what I'm doing, and I'm having the time of my life doing it, and I'm just happy to share this with you guys. So, future adaptation edition, we're going to be having um, this production here on Kick as well as YouTube. That way, you can go back and replay it whenever you wish at a more comprehensive level. When you have time to listen and desire to learn more about it, it'll be readily more available to you. But for now, we're just going to continue forward with the new group that we have put out on the testing room floor. This here is the sheriff unit that you could play as. The character behind the guy squatting, right? So we have a squatting low character, which is great. His mechanic is like he can still shoot with someone behind him, that line of fire is like it's not going to hit him, and it's not obstructing the barrel either. So behind him we have Sheriff Rick Grimes, right? The one like shit part about this model a little bit, Aldeano and Sniper Wolf, is the end of the barrel. It's like slightly, I can't even really like emphasize it enough, but like you could kind of tell, like, see how it kind of bends. You know what I mean? It's cast, fine cast resin. It like kind of bends a little bit, not really, but slightly. It's like enough to notice. If it's put it like up close, you can't really see, but like anyway, it's enough to notice. But this here is the actual Sheriff Rick Grimes model. Boom, there we go. Much better lighting, much better angle. Let's get this fucking dude like somewhere nearby, shooting between them or something like that. He's crouched low. He's trying to get that. He's trying to get that in between shot. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we'll back him up over to here. Give them a little more. Give everybody an equivocal stage presence, right? Because that's how I'm treating it. Is like it's a theme, and the theme is this. It's a series of like interlocking elements. What's like the theme? It's action, it's suspense, it's dramatic, right? So drama, action, suspense. Nowhere in this scene do you see horror, um, a love story. Nowhere in this scene do you see, right? So you know what you do see with this cast, but there is also equivocal mere double of a list that you do not see, that you don't see included in this scene. So it's Sheriff Rick Grimes with his team of seven um, sheriffs. These are his top assembled team of sheriffs. And among them, right, they are also, I think these are also M16 and SCAR operators. Um, Sheriff Rick Grimes obviously fires the iconical Colt Python, I guess. I think it is. If you were to ask and really want to know which one it is, it's the Coal Python. If we were to go with like the Resident Evil canon, sure, why not? But it's canon to The Walking Dead. See how that carries right over seamlessly. Oh, it's Rick. He doesn't have a beard, but he has the revolver, and he has his Rick gear on, his Rick outfit. You know what I mean? His striking Rick appearance. For all intents and purposes, it is Rick. So again, same degree of sculpts, all of them 8K, all of them 8K definition. The total sum of like everything that I have is literally like less than $300. Everything, everything, the whole model cast, everybody, all the groups, all the models, everybody in the game right now, less than $300. That isn't shit. You know what I mean? That isn't shit. I'm not a rich person by any stretch of the means, but having a fully operating cast and they all function with each other, see the scene with Jill and Snake, that's like a idea, like a conceptual art that has now led to the ability of me, if I so chose, I could play Jill if I wanted to. Is she in this box? Yeah. If I so chose, it could be, it could be Snake. It could be Snake if I wanted, and Rick, and Jill Valentine if I wanted. You know what I mean? It could be them, just the character models. Snake, Jill, Rick. Then that's what I'm saying is like if you enjoy this and you're committed to it even a little bit, like you could turn out serious results. It doesn't have to be like exactly my game. This is just a this is really just a summarization of like this was my selection. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted to include, and this is what they're for. You collect them, you paint them, and it's ultimately up to you if you decide to field them in game, in a match, in a battle, or really they're just on display and you're like, creating a scene. Like this isn't a scene, but they've been positioned into a scene. So the game has nothing to do with like cinematics or anything. It just plays out in like a cinematic kind of way. So if I was to just do like a quick glance on the cast of everybody that's in frame, um, this dude on the end here was bought separate uh, to the cast here. So it's the set of sheriff is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And for whatever reason, they sold this extra dude separately. I think that they knew that like, numerically, like this might be an issue, just having six. Whether they knew that or not is not my concern. What I did see interest in this model was how fucking much this dude here with the standardized base looks like Rick. You see? I mean, comparably, can you see how like here, let's slide these dudes down a little bit and pair them up better. You can see how this model has that kind of Rick demeanor. Like this dude right here, he's got a little scruffy beard. He kind of looks facially like Rick, same slick back kind of hair like Rick. So this would be a choice A, Rick, iconical Rick Grimes, and this would be like more tactical with armor Rick Grimes. But if I did that, there could only be one version of a character model, and then they would be leaderless. Unless I made this Rick Grimes and they're down one shooter, or I decided to give them a separate sniper model to add to their cast, who doesn't really he doesn't really like aesthetically look he doesn't really aesthetically look like a sheriff. He actually is a paratrooper model. He's a paratrooper sniper model, specifically from probably one of the world wars, probably World War II. However, like his aesthetic allowed for the carryover of, you know what I mean? He's going to be a lone survivor that is an armed lone survivor that basically can be found and accessible to having inducted into your team. So there are two snipers that are armed uh, survivors that you want to rescue, and he's one of the two. He doesn't actually have a name. He's just kind of like crash course entry, the paratrooper sniper, right? so then, so then, by adding him, this would allow for, uh, we'll just say this team to work. This is now Rick. If you put him in, or sorry, if you put him in, this version of Rick is now playable, and it makes sense, because now you have one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You've completed the 8. You don't have to play with 8, but if you wanted to play like in the sequential 8 order of things, then that's how I would go about doing that. This dude's kind of cool. He's kind of just standing there like looking off somewhere. You know what I mean? He's just like he's looking at shit out that way, whichever. Yeah, that way. He's looking. He's looking that way. but that's how it is. That's how I would do that. But rather, it'll be as such standardized. He can double as a Rick skin, I guess, a Rick choice, like outfit choice, character choice. But his comes with like a plus, you know what I mean? If I change him over as Rick, then he gets the fucking armor plus as a team leader. But if you put just the team leader Rick on the table, what you have is your canonical, if such a word, a canonized Rick Grimes, opposed to the more fluffed Raider Rick, House Raider type of fucking kicking doors in Rick Grimes, which is basically the same Rick Grimes. It's just like a more intensified one, we'll say. I don't know. So this here is the sheriff's unit. There we go. That's a good position there. You can kind of see everybody. Just in that frame alone, I could see two M16s, three M4s. Who's our kneeling guy? He's an M4. Then we have a automatic pistol operator. Then you've got what is the SCAR, right? So he's a SCAR operator, and then you have your 12 gauge operator. This dude hella looks like he's got that mustache, you know what I mean? This dude, he's got that like fluffy ass hair with the mustache. This dude is sheriff as fuck. He hella looks like a dude from Walking Dead, the red-haired homie. He looks like the red-haired homie. I might even make him ginger. You know what I'm saying? I might even just this fool right here. I might even just make him the other Walking Dead character, the guy who's protecting Eugene. I can't believe I'm forgetting his fucking name. I feel I'm doing a great injustice by not saying his name. Anyway, so this is the PMC. No, sorry, this is the Sheriff Rick Grimes right here in center with a revolver. His cast of shooter sheriffs who adorn the armor plates, front and back armor. Nobody has helmet armor in the entire game. Rick has no armor save. I think he does have a special 6, but other than that, that's them. And there's a slide pause of him right there. That's Rick Grimes. That's him in the cast. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's a fucking shitload of painting to do. Let me just say this, right? So we can progressionally now move forward to setting up the next role. The next cast, the next crew, right? I like that everybody's paired together. And I think you know how you could tell them apart from the other guys? They all stand on one large circle and the other team has a circle per foot. See? So like, okay, let's just minus these guys and just display these. So see how they all stand on one disc? That's the discern. I made that. I not even knowing this. I just now noticed this. This is the defining difference between a sheriff is one disc and a PMC operator is two discs. Foot discs that they stand on. So that's the difference. PMC 2 foot disc, sheriff 1 foot disc. Wow. I'm like really, and you know what is like they both came from Black Hills. The company is called Black Hills something rather. Um, they both came, I think, from the same people because if they didn't, like their foot, architecture and design is probably slightly different. And it just like prompted me to create a different kind, of altogether a different kind of footing for them. They needed a better footing. They needed, they lacked a certain kind of grip. So they really did need that. So thankfully we now have that. Okay. So I'm just readjusting the platform. I like that the grid like aligns so that red dot. I want that red dot like right. Hang on. Oh, that's moving the whole shit. Hang on. We want that red dot like right in the center. Yeah, and then straight back. Yep. There we go. That's kind of like indicative of like center and like who's positioned. I think rolling this back actually is the choice move. It's still center, but like there's enough zoom to where I can slide this whole thing now. All right, so what we have in front of us up to this point at an hour and 45 minutes, we first displayed Sniper Wolf and her team of shooters, the Mafia Scavish Gangsters. We then displayed Solid Snake and his team of PMC shooters adorning their armor plates and their awesome guns, right? And we also just displayed last Rick Grimes and his team of sheriff shooters also having armor. This allows us to move forward out of the three playable groups. So that was the three playable groups. To play as Sniper Wolf, you would have to play as them alone, fighting, if you so chose, enemy character models, which that would be kind of weird because you're not really controlling them, and they'd probably end up kicking your ass. That's another thing. But if you just played as Sniper Wolf and the Scavs against the zombies and the gnarly shit, that actually would be hella fun. So there are three different choices. But for the good guys, you have a number of different options. So that was the groups there. I want to now put on display character by character, I guess. Right? Let's just go full RPD in this instance. I just noticed something on Jill's hat. Okay, we have Leon, Jill, Claire, and Ada. Is that everybody for the good cast? Yeah, okay, alright. So we have. There is no one that stands in front of the other. If you asked me who I believed a worthy leader of an RPD would be, it would most certainly be Jill, right? She's the one that just like has seen the most of it out of all of them. And I feel as though that would make her probably the most qualified among them. Okay, it's like a tiny hair fiber that like dried onto the bill of her hat, and it's like it's not driving me crazy, but I'll definitely get to it when we go to finalize the painting of Jill. All right, so these are the models. And then we'll pull forward. Okay, be right into focus if we can. Yeah, that's something else, right? They all have a very distinct profile, and they also all come from. So they're like not cartoonish, but you can see that there's a little less definition, but just enough definition to make painting them a lot fucking easier. Like that's what I mean is like look at these Resident Evil core character models versus like the definition of one of these other fucking PMC or sheriff, right? Put a sheriff in front of them. You just look at the articulated difference between him and these character models. That dude even, you know what I mean? There's so much shit to paint on those. But the truth is, like, that's what's gonna make like the cinematic difference of the game that's being played. Um, and all the RE cast is like in their all original fucking theme, you know? They're in their all original fit. Like Claire, Resident Evil 2. Just like the actual gear, the actual design, the actual model, you know? It's really something. I think they're all fucking really good. I think that the Ada model was top notch. You know, she's very elegant in this one. Like this, her rendition of this one, I don't even rightly know like what game this rendition of her would be from because she's like sleek and sexy and like but dangerous, you know. And I wasn't sure where how to glue her feet to the fucking base of the stand she's standing on because but she's leaning back on the weight on one foot and then she kind of just has like this other foot forward, you know. So she's upright. If you pair her next to them, you can see that she's her center of balance is upright. But it's just so fucking sweet that like you could bring in characters that are really well sculpted and apply rules to them and apply abilities to them and apply really you don't have to apply any lore or background. There's no lore to do with them. Um Even though I have, but it's a type of lore that doesn't bend much or break too much of the original fabric. All any kind of lore I've like tied in or chained together from the different, you know what I mean, the 5 6 realms that all meet in the one encompassing realm is like why RPD is there and like what their involvement is with Rick Taylor and like what they're there. So, like as I aforementioned, okay, right? So we're going to go over the same sort of statistical sequential order, I guess we'll say, for the induction of lore and the induction of this physical representation. Each of them have a meaning and a purpose and a design as to why they're present, right? Why they're there in the story, why there's a crossover, what they're doing in the story. What is Leon's objective with Claire, Ada, and Jill? 2 out of the 4 are raccoon police officers, right? Says it on his back right there. RPD. He's got the outfit and everything. He's official. But just like Leon in 1998, it's his first fucking day. And you know what they did? They put him on the hardest, most difficult fucking case that would turn a brand new rookie into like one of the most dynamic, heroic characters next to Jill, right? Like Jill already trailblazed and carved out a killer name for herself, right? But then came Leon, right? Jill's extensive history goes, do you know what I mean? It goes all the way back. Her history goes all the way back. She was there. You know what I mean? Like she was there when the Spencer Mansion shit went down. She was the first one there. Her and Chris and Barry, right? There's even a Chris model, but I don't have him in the game. I'm contemplating inducting more Resident Evil characters, but because there's already 5 of them, I'm like, yo, we're gonna cool it off RE for a while. So 4 good playable good ones and 1 unplayable gnarly one. Aldiano. Aldiano. So Jill, right? The Jill model. This is like this rendition of Jill, obviously, if anyone is familiar. Who else could she be in this skin, right? This is the Resident Evil 1 remake of Jill Valentine. So, her tacticalized sort of attire, she would pair nicely in our game, if she so chose, to be paired up with the PMC. You know, she has a hat that matches them. She has tacticalized gear that matches their aesthetic. Her whole fucking aesthetic to a T. She could pair perfectly. Do you know what I mean? Perfectly with these other operatives, right? Like aesthetically, it's just too fucking good. It's just too fucking good to ignore. But the thing is, they are so they're so they're working on a same case, but the girl in the middle, Jill, is with her own Raccoon City police um, constable. She's her own department, and the sheriff, they're their own separate entity, but they are collaterally working together on the same case, and that's what interlocks PMC to sheriff to police. That is their direct interrelation. The PMC were contracted, the sheriff and police. That's already their job. You know what I mean? Is to do the hard part. Their job is already to do the hard part, but so is the other 2 factions. Um, so these are some character models. These are Resident Evil character models specifically. They fit quite well. They have full on stories, full on narrative, full on. Do you know what I mean? Just like full on interpretation, integration, lore, mechanic. They have a defined presence. They all do. They all have a defined, meaningful, functioning presence in the last round. So we can now move them on down. The game is familiar with all their weapons. These are the characters I would typically use to test against zombies or bosses or other characters um, of that nature. Any attacking models, you know what I mean? So they were chosen to conduct and run tests and studies and mechanic tests in this room. So this is the makeshift game test room. It's so we can conduct things and learn things. Okay, now we're gonna go to another group. Only this group is much smaller. This is a specific attack unit which can be which can serve a multitude of applications. Uh, they can be an assisting role, an assisting assault, assisting fast attack role, right? This is the K9 unit. So the K9 unit is so important and so very much worth it in the last round. Not only this, the one painted in the middle is the Pit Bull. This is the Pit Bull team lead. He is their team leader whenever there is no human present to operate them. So say something happens to the human team leader. In this case, the all of the team leader responsibility would go to this dog right here, the pit bull. So the pit bull is the first one to be completely painted and finished. Um, he's a little shiny. I think I was learning how to do the washes for the very first time in probably 30 years. I don't know about 30 years, but almost 30 years did I used washes. I'm very, very much a dry brush guy. When I prime, I use the aerosol primer, Rust-Oleum, and I just stripe it, right? You stripe and then you turn it. You stripe and then I go in a circle and I just go psp, 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 and you just walk around them. And the at a 1 inch, probably a 1 foot pace. So from like back here, you know what I mean? I'm like, tss, 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 and you go around it, just doing that 360, and you flip them on their side, and then you flip them on their back, and you got a lot, you know what I mean? You really got to get them when you're priming. But when it comes to individual models, like I thought dry brushing a dog was simple, especially with him because this high definition model, even though like a number of layers made it to him, I still hand primed him. He was the first. Actually, if we just put these guys to the side for a second and just focus on him, the Pitbull team lead ended up being the first model to come out of the boxes. So like I decided one day I'm like fuck it. I was going to do one box at a time and like showcase one model at a time and like just work on one model at a time, but ultimately I got super fucking impatient. It was really like a second Christmas birthday all in one. I just had this compulsion to be like fuck it. I had such a good feeling opening one box that I opened all the fucking boxes. So I made one, not one order, but I got them all here. And then I just couldn't like wait anymore. I was like, fuck this. It's time to get this show on the road. Is really what it turned into. I wanted to get this show on the road. I want to get the last round pumping and moving and life breathing into it, and it's already got more than that. It's already got more than that. So like that's the Pitbull team lead. We'll just put him back here for a sec. This is another dog. There are German Shepherds on the team, which I thought was really fucking cool. Like really, really fucking cool. Um, three out of the four of them are German Shepherds, and they all have very striking poses. Um, what you can see is spiked collars. What else, right? The center guy has a gas mask, a canine gas mask, right? So there would be no aesthetical pluses or minuses. He could even be proxied easily, easily. These dogs can easily jump over to be cultist dogs. I won't say that that's something I will ever do, but in truth, they fucking can. They fucking can. They could proxy over to like any of the teams, really. I thought of using them mechanically as like an assault that you call in. Like you call in these dogs, and then suddenly they come fucking racing in, dealing five melee hits. Like strength five melee hits. They come in, and they just fucking shake shit up, and then they run away. Maybe they come in, they roll their dice attack, hit or miss. Once it's done, they leave. Maybe you remove them from the table. I almost thought of like having them work as like I almost thought of having them work as like the mysterious stranger. They come in on a very specific trigger that like brings them in, but then like they're only there, like, you know what I'm saying? These guys would only be there for like a moment to do their thing. They would only be there for a moment to do their thing. And then they're gone. Or maybe not. It's all contingent upon like what you apply them for. I think that mechanically speaking, um you want to have these guys accompany Evelyn Cross, right? So Evelyn Cross and her dogs was actually the decided choice. In the end, it was Evelyn Cross's dogs, right? So these dogs live with her, and she works at the last round pub, but she doesn't live there. These dogs are just like, they got plenty of room to run around. That's like in the area of the forest. That's like not the fucked up part of the forest, that kills shit. So it's notable that the aesthetic feature of these four dogs right here, they came as one model set, and this pit bull was sold separately, not even the same vendor. same company or anything. They have little cargo pockets and shit on them. Each of them carry, well, these back two, they carry what looks like World War II Sten grenades that could be stick bombs, if you will. Standard orcish, space orc kind of fucking stick bombs, or like, stick bomb type throwables. They have armored kind of leathers, and this dude has like a bandolier of shotgun shells. They all have spike collars and leather and throwables, and this one is obviously like the Cujo. You know what I mean? Saint Bernard, I guess, would be the Saint Bernard. A funny little fun fact and lesser noticeable feature about this dog, actually. There's two things. If you look into the middle of his forehead, like, I don't know if I can get it any fucking closer with without being able to see, but yeah, that's probably too close. Right here, right. No, I had it right a minute ago, like right here. This dude has a fucking hole in the middle of his face. It's not a hole, but it's definitely like the size of a bullet hole that's like in his face. Like right above his eyebrows. I don't know how you could not see that. You know what I mean? Right there. Right there. That big ass, like it got poked in the middle of its face with like a needle or something. But the model, like, it looks like it got shot in the face. I'm not gonna do nothing about it. I'm gonna leave it there. But that's not all. These guys all came cleanly cast. They're, smooth all the way around. You get your surgical knife and you kind of just click off any little extra bits that, like, obviously don't belong, and you cut them. You shave that area with the blade to get the final little extra bits off your sculpt. That these guys were a total non-issue with that, but this dude has a hole in his face and he's missing his back right leg. Let's see if we could turn that in a way you might be able to see. See how it's just a nub that's just going back into nothing? Well, the truth is it was melted in the cast. If you like look closer, that back leg is just gone. So he has three functioning dog feet that actually glue to the base that he's standing on, but that one back right leg that's pointed at you now, there's no leg there. It's just a nub. Uh, it wasn't by design. I like looked at the cover. He in fact does not come like this. But because I decided, hey, in fact, these guys are war dogs. They're war dogs. They fucking had his shit attacked. You know what I mean? He survived. He's obviously a veteran. He's probably one of the baddest ass of all the dogs. I personally love the pit bull, the German Shepherd, and the fucking man's best friend. If anyone knows reference to that horror film as well, man's best friend is with Lance Henriksen, who does. He's the scientist behind making a scientifically engineered dog that's crossed between so many different species, right, of other animals. And in so doing, they've made this hybrid crazy dog. There we go. That's the. So you got to do like the V shape. So like stagger the models like that, like in this pattern, like this with this bend in the middle, because the camera wants to see foreground, midground, background in order to cast like a good yeah, visual, like a good visual cast onto what it's looking at. And we want to switch him with him, and then we're set, right? He's the team leader. But yeah, and that's what the Saint Bernard reminds me of a lot is Cujo, of course, iconical villain, right? Titular main antagonist, right? A rabies dog, but that's not what this guy is. These are the war dogs in the last round, right? Really cool sculpts. Love the idea of a gas mask on the German Shepherd. That's just like 20 degrees of fucking cooler than cool. Love the pit bull sculpt. Love the other war dogs. The first out of this pack, I glued this guy. He's lunging forward on his back 2 feet. So in his sculpt, I had to make sure that like his back 2 feet were fucking good and glued in. And many times when it's a rare stand like that, even the pit bull, he's only standing glued on two fucking thin ass dog leg feet. You know what I mean? So his attach points were very he was the very first model that like I put together and painted and all that shit out the box. So it's those 2 feet that just really define like his connection to the base there. It's this his right set of feet. So I usually store him with the other fragile cast models, but the thing is they all retain the same level of fragility, I guess. There's some models that are fucking solid and there's some of them that are just like almost fragile, somewhere between well built and more or less fragile than the other ones. So this here is the Canine War Dog unit. You can attach them in the game to any squad. You can use them as a filler, you know what I mean, for any five. There should even be a mode that like we can do where you just play as attack dogs and like maybe you don't fight any so there'll be parameters attached to that mode as well. Like if you just play as this dog team, the Pitbull is your team leader, and you have four other melee attackers. You all move the same movement speed. I think the Pitbull has one extra hit point because he's a character leader class, more or less. And he also has a special six. They have a special six called Lockjaw, where if they roll a six, their canine jaws lock onto their target. And that enemy model target has to roll to break Lockjaw. So they have to roll to break out of it on a 4, a 5, or a 6. And if they roll a 1, a 2, or a 3, these dogs are stuck, clamped onto their soon to be dying enemy target. So that's what's so cool about the War Dogs. They have a special six. They have a cohesion. They have a means of being applied to other groups. Other groups may interface with them. They could be wandering around out and about, but I just think that would be stupid. Maybe the Pitbull is a rescuable dog that's in the cage, right? So I could even show you one of the cages just to be fair. Let me just show you. The silliest part is about terrain, right? I could just say, let me just say this is that terrain can be found anywhere, anytime, as long as you prime it black first. This is a tomato cage. Now, with a tomato cage, you could put all kinds of shit inside of it. Let's just zoom back a little bit so we get like the height on the cage. Shit, it's probably a little too tall. Okay, well, anyway, the idea behind the cage is it's a tomato cage, right? In physical form. But the operating functionality and principle behind a cage or five is that you can store stuff in them. You know what I mean? You can cage and house um, creatures and critters and things and enemies, and you could trap things in here. So once these are actually dry brushed with a metal and given their rust effect, that's what I want is like rusty metal cages, rusty metal cages that like either you wander into and there's something inside, that was the principality like behind it in the mechanical entry on the last stream that I did. These were an induction and their mechanics. So a physical representation has been inducted for the steel cages, right? And a physical like fully functional mechanic and reasoning and logic. So a mechanical logic behind metal cages such as these. These cages will contain enemy models or prisoner rescuer survivor models, right? So that's the design and mechanic behind these. If I could tilt the camera, you could see it in a more um, like scalable way. But let's just use like that's the dogs in here. They would just jump right through these bars, honestly. But that's the dog model cast. We're gonna bring them down and just put up a comparison for a standardized human model to stand in, right? So here we have Rick Grimes. He's back here, and in here is the cage. Proportionally, um, he could easily just step right out of it, but like as a operating principle or a functionality for you know for aesthetic purposes, like just for functionality purposes, really, this is what we're gonna do. It's a metal cage, and it has a fully functional purpose in the game. Okay, nothing more to be said about the cage. They're not too exciting, right? They're not the most exciting. Maybe this is a better cage. You stack five on each other, and look, ain't no motherfucker getting out of that, dude. You are fucking in there, and that would definitely look at how much. Look at the articulation of like having five of them put together versus one. If you put one on there, you ain't holding shit in that fucking cage. But you put five of them together on each other and just dry brush the shit. Maybe I put panels. See, like, let's do this. You see, like, down in here where these bars are, like the base, the trim line of bars, the one, two, three, four. I'll just put a flat card stock across that. You know what I mean? Across this, I'll just glue that onto here, across here, and then it's like what you would see is like a panel that's covering. You would see a panel that's covering that, but this upper part is still exposed. Look at how fucking cool that would be if that was the cage. I didn't even think of that. Like multiple layered, this multi layered cage. So it's a cage with three. It's a cage with four of the exact same cage stacked on top of it. So it would be like a super structurally sound cage that you would have to essentially, and that's part of the mechanic of how I made it in the game is you would have to walk right up to it in order to see who the fuck is inside. You know what I mean? Like there's Rick Grimes in there. Let's move some light around, right? So we can maybe see him a little bit. See, there's somebody in there, but you can't really tell until you walk up real fucking close to it. And you go, oh, fuck, it's Rick. Like, Rick, what are you doing in there? Right? So that's the design and purpose behind having the steel cages. Right? So that's Rick and his team of sheriff. And there's the dog team with the pit bull as their leader. Right? You got to speak in a kind of a D&D like demeanor and tone. Right? So the next character model, a standalone, a one-man army, arguably the most important character in the whole story. Rick Taylor. Man, like the sculpt, right? There was no sculpt. That's the truth. There is no sculpt for Rick Taylor. This was known as like Hockey Mask Man or something. They sold him as like they didn't call him Jason, they called him Josh or something. Josh Vor something. You know what I mean? They want to say Jason Voorhees, but the IP is just too strong. The copyright is too strong. But they can make everything just short of Rick Taylor, or in this case, Jason Voorhees. Jason Voorhees is the is basically Rick Taylor, like ABC. There's no two ways about that. One came before the other, obviously, obviously. It truly is a matter of like which came first, the egg or the chicken, right? was definitely Jason that came first. Jason came before Rick Taylor. Rick Taylor is like the inverse. Rick Taylor is the reverse Jason. But in our world, right? In our world, El Diano is the Jason. Another masked, insane mayhem, right? Rick, he Rick Taylor has so much extensive storyline and lore. Like after the fan fiction and after the 2010 Splatterhouse, he is Splatterhouse. It's like he is as much Splatterhouse as Dr. West, right? Really wild. We're gonna pair him with his polar opposite, El Aldiano, in a melee combat. Look at this. This is the most iconical of them all because it was always Freddy versus Jason, right? It was always uh this bad guy versus that bad guy. Well, one wields a machete, the other wields a chainsaw. Both very, very iconical. Both from video games. Both extraordinarily popular. I mean, how could I not? Like see, look at Aldiano's blade. Look at the fucking bend on that son of a bitch. See, it's supposed to go straight back, not like off to the side. But this is the thing. He's in such a whirling like I love how it was written whirling dervish because that's what this is. This is like an iconic nothing short. This is the embodiment of cinematics. And it's actually a good combat test too. This proved to be a really good. This is one of the best because it did the complete. These two right here alone is the complete stress test of the melee experience. They both could roll to break melee, but they're both so fucking known for never doing that the option is there. But it's really like a bet on whose horse is gonna win the fucking match, like who's gonna win the race. You know what I mean? Like, both very strong, both carry and retain more HP than the rest. Both character models, one of pure evil and one of more or less pure good. He just happens to be wearing a mask that like keeps steering him in shitty ass predicaments. But other than that, he's generally a good guy who's trying to complete a college course on parapsychology. Uh, that's Rick Taylor, by the way. So in this iteration of Rick Taylor, throughout time, right, and throughout the games and throughout the fan fiction, Rick is always usually a college student. When you look, okay, let's put Aldeano on here for a second. When you look at Rick, you don't think this iteration. You don't think college student. You think Jason Voorhees. This is someone who could be anywhere from like 20, 21 years old at the youngest, right? To 50 or 60 years old. You know what I mean? And it's almost like my in our iteration of like Splatterhouse and in our iteration of really is the first of its kind, is the first TLR, right? In the last round really is a skirmish game. It really is an arena game. It could be an arena mode. It really the game board itself is an arena. What you're seeing is a small 8 by 6 foot green square. The first map is a 4 by 8 foot table. So, like, how many of these little green pads could you theoretically put into a 4 by 8 foot table? The answer is a fucking lot of them. So when you zoom way out, and when I say you zoom way the fuck out to a 4 by 8, suddenly their little world just got a whole lot fucking bigger. And this is a kind of a deviation from what I was originally trying to talk about in regard to age and aesthetic application to the sculpt and Like, does it break continuity? Does it matter how old a model looks? Like the physical representation of a model. Like, is it okay that like Rick looks older? Like, is it okay that he looks more like that he doesn't look like a an 18, 19-year old. The truth is, I don't fucking want him to. I want this. See the phase. We've already described this in the earlier streams. If you would like to go back and listen to the lore tab, I strongly urge that you listen to the lore tab. But anytime I stream, we're getting into lore. We're getting into mechanics. We're getting into artwork. We're getting into dice rolls. You know what I mean? We're getting into all of it. Every stream, we're going to be getting into a little piece of all of it. But one thing I'd like to point out is that time is not linear, as I've mentioned before, with the last round. You have in the same hemisphere, Rick Taylor, who obviously looks like time was not kind to him, and obviously, so there's the still of him right there, of the model and everything, same pose and all that. Time has been terrible on Rick, so he looks like aesthetically, he looks like he's worn the test of his experiences, and he looks like he's worn the endurance of his fucking nightmares, and he looks like he's been over it for a long fucking time, and he's been wanting this shit to end for a long time, and he's just about out of fucking patience trying to find his girlfriend. That's really his stance. Okay, so before I skip too far forward without explaining the dogs are there because the sheriff are there. The dogs are there because Evelyn is there. The dogs are there because RPD is there. So you know what I mean? The forces of life are there, and that's why the dogs are there. To be fair, they're really just there for because people drop them food, and you know that these five dogs are ultimately most loyal to whoever feeds them in the last round. And Charnetsky, really, it's really Charnetsky. He keeps dropping them fried chicken bits, and he's not supposed to. So that's their presence. Is they're drawn. They're there because of the human element, but they're really ultimately there because Charnetsky feeds them, even though he's not supposed to. So in the case of Rick, right, Rick Taylor from Splatterhouse, the main titular protagonist, right? The main of mains, sent on the ultimate mission, the most noble of missions, to go rescue the woman he loves most from the ultimate of horror and the most dangerous of terrors, the horrors beyond which anyone had ever comprehended. One man, one legend, one machete, one mask. Rick Taylor. He is there to get his girlfriend. He is there because the mask is now reattached to his face per his will alone. He knows that it's the only way to get her back. He knows to go back to the mansion. Only this time he will not be alone. And that's the CC. That's the cinematic real fucking field goal kick. Is that this guy, he breaks out of the Belmont home for the emotionally troubled. See, the psychological ward. Ada's going there the day after he broke out. This guy, the model, he broke out of there, the character. He's out there in the forest, he's wandering his way, he's trying to of course the forest is going to let him find the mansion, but it's not going to let anyone else find the mansion. They're going to navigate the forest, they're going to look through it, but they're never going to ever, ever stand alone be shown how to fucking find it on their own. The only way you get to the mansion is with Rick. The only way is finding this man. That's why he's there in the mechanic. That's why he's there in the lore that is now anchored to the mechanic. If you want to access the second half of the game and complete the transition point from the forest map to the mansion map, he is how you get there. And without him, you will not get there. It is Rick Taylor alone who knows where that mansion is. It's Rick Taylor alone who knows how to navigate not only to the mansion but through it. He's been there before. He has effects of the phase. He has over, you know what I mean? He has over 30, he has 37 years of Splatterhouse going on with this one guy right here. So he's the only one who knows, he's the only one next to Dr. West who knows what to do. But even he is not invincible. Do you know what I mean? Like, even he is subject to being killed in the forest or in the mansion. You want to play. Ultimately, the game, he is the main character. This dude is the main character. He is the main character. But if depending on which mode you play, you don't have to be Rick Taylor. You don't have to go find Rick Taylor. The campaign mode, you have to find Rick Taylor in order to progress. There is no other way. In quick play mode, you could just pick him up and play as him. In quick play is really so pick up, and this is the cleanest, fastest, most effective pick up and play quick skirmish game you can play. And then it goes like this. I pick up and choose Rick Taylor, and I want him to fight, right? Some zombies. So we have some female zombies, we have some other kinds of male zombies, right? But Rick is never alone. He's never truly alone. He's ordinarily if he were Rick Taylor of Splatterhouse, there is no other help. He has, but see this scene right here would break such serious canon. It's canon breaking. Do you know what I mean? It's lore breaking. It's canon breaking. It's breaking all this shit. It's breaking like what came before this. It's breaking all kinds of shit. But in truth, in our story, Rick is no longer alone. That's what makes this so fucking doable. Is that Rick is no longer alone. There will be those who walk with Rick in hell. Do you know what I mean? There will be those who come to walk with him through the rest of it and help him finish the story. So an otherwise scene of like impending doom or overwhelming dread is like closing in on him and all his fears and like there's nothing that could like sway his judgment. There's nothing that would make him turn and run. There's really nothing that surprises him anymore. There's really nothing that scares him anymore because in the memory bank of the phase is the culmination of the last 37 years. So from 1988 to 2026, that's the memory span of the phase. And it actually goes farther than that in the lore, but 37 years is the window, is the all encompassing duration of time to pack knowledge of Rick Taylor and Jennifer Willis and Aldeano and everything Resident Evil and everything Tarkov and everything Metal Gear Solid and just everything Splatterhouse and like everything Walking Dead and all this and just in this world it's aware of the phase is all it's a consciousness. It's like a crazy elemental, like a fifth element, like a fifth, sixth element that like you can't see, hear, taste, or touch or smell. You know what I mean? It's a time based substance that's non-linear. So and because of the phase, so explainably, like without too much depth, I still want to leave an air of mystery because that's what Splatterhouse fabric really is all about. There is a strong air of mystery in some cases. See the dude with the rope and how like the models have ropes and shit coming off of them. Yeah, let's like change up some zombies here. We're gonna get the zombie cast up here in a second. I'm just having too much fun. So like this is one aesthetic of zombie. They're like a timeless kind of. They're wearing things that are like you know, they're wearing things that like make them kind of timeless. But the truth is, like, they don't have to necessarily be timeless. They just appear timeless. They are wearing shit that aesthetically, I guess, could be considered timeless. Though they do look kind of like they're really not from like a modern time. It looked like maybe they were captured and they were given some kind of shitty ass clothing. But either way, I really like the feature of these zombies. They have like ropes and leather and wounds, right? They've been damaged and their flesh is like falling off in certain parts. And there's three actually. What do we have? We have no, we have two different zombie type, right? So the one zombie type is a big group of these zombies that some have melee weapons, some of them don't. Like this dude's holding a bone, right? But under his like melee classification, it'll just say melee one. There's no like one stat card for any uh like fodder. So this is a fodder class model. There's one card that encompasses all of them. So even if they have some shit like in their hand as a weapon, um, their output damage is -1 HP no matter what the fuck. There's no, there's like the zombie boss has multiple melee, but his melees all do one. So this is the other class of zombies. Like these guys. This is Rick here. We're still on with Rick. It's still really Rick's show. Everybody knows it. It's always been about Rick. So like over here is one class of zombie, and like even one of them, even a couple of them have knives and shit, which is actually really cool. We'll put him to the side for a second. Uh, one this class of zombie, um, they got bones and stuff as weapons. This one has a fucking gnarly shank that's like, and even these are like, these are probably the highest definition like zombie I ever had ever in my life. I had fantasy Warhammer, undead. You'd get 20 zombies for like $40. You know what I mean? That same box is like $80 now because they don't make them anymore. But they're more like fantasy themed. These zombies flow aesthetically right in between. You know what I mean? Like they flow in right in between um, fantasy and modern. It's like they could be modern shit that they have on. It might not be. We don't really know, but for all intents and purposes, they don't really deviate too hard from like a modern, you know, the only like a modernization versus something that's just not the same timeline. Like that would be really breaking the fucking continuity of things. Um, so before we go on to the zombies, that was Rick Taylor in front. He is the main dude to basically he's the key to the whole story, and he is the key to ending um, all this fucking madness, at least in the Northern Ridge region. So it's called the what did we call it? The Murder Triangle, right? It's Raccoon City, Arklay Mountains, and the Northern Ridge. So the Spencer Mansion, the city of Raccoon, and now the farthest region adjacent to the first Resident Evil 2. It's like two strongholds for Resident Evil, but Splatterhouse only has one stronghold, and of the three of them, this one is probably the gnarliest. Um, the Spencer Mansion has its own mansion. It also has an underground Spencer Laboratory, Umbrella Laboratory, right? And canon to the movie, it goes connected from the mansion to the larger hive, right? It's like the hive then at that point. Oh man, 26 years ago. Can you believe that? 26 fucking years ago goes by just like that. Anyways, I digress. That was Rick Taylor. Rick is the man, right? So we're gonna have like a character cast group. So right, we have a RPD group of Resident Evil characters. It should be noted that Ada's character has been transmuted into a character of good. She could very easily be paired with Sniper Wolf as like her second, like her dirty ass second. She's like, "Oh, you want the reagent. I couldn't help but notice. You know, I have an extensive background in espionage and lying to motherfuckers about everything in order to cheat them out of millions and their own lives. Billions of dollars. Like this one needle is worth trillions. It could be worth trillion upwards of as a bio weapon reagent could be worth upwards of trillions on the black market. So this time, Ada is now working with RPD to ensure um, that that does not happen. So her primary role in Resident Evil 2 and throughout after right changed for a number of different multitude of reasons, but in this she's now a PI. She's the one that opened basically. She's the one that drawed the link to like, oh, I went to go check out where fucking Rick was, and I was a day late. He broke out just hours before I got there, and so like that's her return report to the overall team, but chiefly the RPD. Okay, so let's get some more zombie models up here. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have like a back row. The back row is gonna be the like disc set, right? These guys, I just started doing their clothing the other day because there's 24 zombies. I'm like, again, like procedurally, you do it. I do it in like a an assembly line type of order, right? So with zombies, I was like, let's do this one leather texture across the line, So like for this guy, it's his leather. So like I put with this, it's his leather parts like around his ankles, right? And then like for her, it's like the leather string maybe around her neck with the leather belts. They all have leather belts, and any of the guys that have a rope, like they have a rope that's more or less the same color, right? I have a lot of paints and I have a lot of washes, so I really wanted to designate like it's got to be uniform. It's a texture that's found all across the models of this variety, but not this variety, not the back variety. So, but what I did find relatable to the other batch of models is that like I ended up doing the two females' dresses and the rest of the males' pants. So like green pants, blue jeans, and brown pants, and then she's got a neonish green dress, which was so lightly brushed on there it could be changed. And then same with her, it was like a neonish orange. I thought like the two female character zombies with like a neonish color dress, I thought was an excellent choice. Because once the everybody's finished, like once all the zombies are fucking finished, that's when it's gonna become like whoa, it's really the hardest work is going to be them because they're the full scale blob, right? 24 of these motherfuckers. And like you got to like make sure that they are painted. Oh, I'm going to make sure that like they're painted with a unification, a strong sense of cohesion, like they belong together, right? Um, but varying them just enough from each other to where it doesn't look like a group, like the front group or the back group was captured together before death. It was kind of just like these are like dungeon. These represent the front row, really all of them. Maybe you run into two different cast of zombies in two different stages. That's another thing. There won't be enough zombies for this game because I'm only going to bring in zombies that look like they belong and zombies that really that's the only general requisite is that they look like aesthetically they belong there. They have to appear as though they belong there because it's just simply not going to fucking work in my game. If it doesn't match, it ain't making it in the game. Um, so maybe the front group with the foot discs, they all got like sandals on and leather pieces on and like ropes and shit and like they're starved and missing jaws and shit and really just grotesque, right? The one dude who doesn't really look like he fucking fits is because this is supposed to be zombies that can fit any kind of timeline and it's really perfect in that design. However, it was a blacksmith. This dude, where is he at? I'm like fucking looking right at him and I can't see him. It's super funny. Anyway, I'm sure. Which one is he? Yeah, he's holding like a fucking hammer and shit. Oh yeah, it's this dude. Oh, he tipped over. So it's this dude right in front. He is holding a blacksmith hammer. He's got on like a blacksmith leather. I can't believe I'm drawing a fucking blank. Leather working. You know what I mean? Like metal working. Fucking he's a metal worker, you know, like a forge guy. He's a fucking smith. He's got total blacksmith vibes, dude. But like maybe he found shit in the dungeon and it's like that's really all it is. They're not alive anymore. They're not alive anymore as humans. But in our story, what they do serve as the zombies really are like there is a what's it called? There's a kind of a husbandry, I guess, to the zombies from the cultists. So the cultists feel a kind of a parental connection, we could say, to the zombies because the cultists more or less knew them or interacted with them, we'll say, when they were alive, whether it was a freak fucking accident or they were like, it's never a freak accident with these guys, right? Zombies or the cultist. So pre-zombies, the cultists like trapped hitchhikers. You know what I mean? And pre-zombification, the cultists had did everything like in their power to really fucking kill people and really actually in the game of course get away with murder and committing heinous acts and like fucking weird ritualistic sacrificial shit like in their occult world they believed that if they do this that like they could ascend, do you know what I mean, to like a higher um plane of understanding or like a type of a godhood, you know, like that's really what they were told by Drifter over the years. And Drifter is their cultist team leader. And I love how all the zombies blob together like that. That's so fucking cool. Um, but this blacksmith is not the leader because he's cool and all, and he has a fucking 5 pound hammer in his hand. But the zombie boss is the leader. I like how it showed the zombies like next to the zombie slide, dude. I love that. The zombie boss was such a fucking cool model. He ended up being so 8K, like so high definition. I just love the way he actually came out. He came out so fucking good. He got like higher stats too. You know, I gave him extra melee, extra HP. Like when this fool comes running, like you're gonna have a fucking hard time. So he's like running over a graveyard where like there's rebar, fucking angle iron shit sticking out of the ground, and like um, he also kind of had a kind of a funky sculpt of his foot, but like it wasn't really enough to notice the zombie boss. So like you see the other like emaciated zombies and how like they've suffered like a tremendous they're starved in this and for him he's like a grotesque different zombie. He is their leader because he's the strongest. He's their leader because he's the physical representation Oh, his arm. Yeah, it's his arm that got fucked up in the casting. Yeah, look how his arm is flat. Oh, you can't really see it, but I don't know. Yeah, his arm. Which arm is it? It's that arm actually. Anyway, there's a little flat. The back of it, the tricep of his arm is just fucking smushed flat. So like if I was like a shithead customer and I open the fucking box and you see that, look at that. See how his arm is flat, like it's smushed right there, right there. See that? Yeah, look at that. You can really see it once you put the pencil in there. You can really see right there his elbow. It's just melted. He's fucking melted. So it's an accident that happens in the casting. If I was like a fucking asshole of a customer, I'd be like, "Give me back my money. You didn't give me what I ordered. I sp- I spent $10 on a fucking broken melted model. Look at his arm. Look at it. It's fucked up." Well, look at him as a model. Just like the war dog, he's fucked up. So it's almost like it's fitting. Like to me, I'm the guy that's like, "Hey, toilet paper, yo, is just fucking toilet paper. It all wipes the same ass. It all wipes the same nose." You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't matter to me. It all serves the same functionality. He's not too radically fucking broken, like in the sense that I can't field him or I can't fucking utilize him, or maybe his aesthetics are so fucked off that it just doesn't make sense. Like this is what I'm saying is like in the cast of things, it could have been so much fucking worse. They could like his miscast could have been so much fucking worse. But yeah, yeah, he came out great. I think they all came out fucking really good. And yeah, there we go. That's the right distance, right there, bro. Right there. Anything past that fucking line, and it just gets blurry and stupid and doesn't work. This one seems to work the best. There's the zombie bear rendition. We'll get to them too. We're almost halfway through the showcase. Okay, the title of this stream is the showcase of the models, right? I forgot what we called it exactly, but in short, that's what this is. It's the showcase of the battle ready. I don't know about battle ready, but certainly stress test ready. Now it's like you're looking at a story that's like a few pages in. What else are we looking at? A painting that's beginning to be painted, right? The painting is now coming to fruition. There is now more, right? And suddenly now there's more at a time. More is becoming involved. More is required, sure, but it doesn't make or break my bank of internal energy that I have to give to the last round. I've given it a couple of my dollars. I've given it a couple hours of my time. Um, but what it has given back to me is like infinitely, infinitely, infinitely uh, in invaluable. So this is the complete zombie cast. I think if I was to zoom out a little bit, maybe we can see a little more of what the fuck is going on here with everybody in one shot. Maybe to go back even farther, right? Back to here, but then push them forward. Yeah, hella cool, right? That's 25 motherfuckers coming at you, dude. So what do you do? What do you do? 25 scathing zombies coming at you. Well, this is the thing. Scenario wise, you will never encounter a blob of 24 zombies. It's 23 and a leader, so 24 altogether. Man, right? Like, what would you do? Like, your team of eight wouldn't do shit. Now, if your team of eight had multiple character models in it, they could possess up to and including, but not limited to, high explosive grenades, impact grenades, and custom 12 gauge slug shots. So it would require like two or more character models and a team of shooters to make all your shots and throw multiple impact grenades. We don't do HE. I mean, HE can get in the game, but it'll land and then it will roll and then it will detonate. With IG, as soon as it touches something, the shit blows up. So that's why we're just sticking to IG for now. It's our early throwable mechanic, and it fucking works really good. It's not too powerful. It's not too weak. It's just right. So this here was the zombie cast. Um, Nothing else really to make an entry about. This is where they're at as a group professionally. They are the farthest along because they're the largest of the group. They're the largest blob. Everyone else is 8, 8, 8, and smaller. And then this group is 24. So like I've prioritized them. Um, there's going to be a lot of fleshes involved, right? A lot of different washes involved, a lot of different. So I'll have like a set of zombie skin tones that I want to achieve. And then over in the Factions of Life, I want to have a set of skin tones that I want to really dial in and really achieve because the human skin tones thing is like I never really had like a variety um, of paints to accurately depict different complexions of skin tone and things. But a lot of the time, it's like if you just got peach, like guess what? Your whole fucking army is gonna be peach colored skin motherfuckers. Like it doesn't make a difference to me. I just like as Ada is gonna be a different color slightly from a lot of the other cast, while most of the cast will be a particular other kind of color. So having the variation of skin tones, having the variations of fleshes, colors, and washes and things is going to be just as applicable to the zombies. Only for them, it's going to be amplified with a sort of putrid magnitude, right? So their variants are going to be like a sickly, almost caramel color. And then another zombie is going to be like a really fleshy, pinky, you know, not pink, but like fleshy, flesh tone, still like just died like 2 days ago. Well, the other so this is a an exertion of decomposition stages, right? So it'd be there'd be different colors because they're all different stages of dead cadavers, dead cadavers. So that's why they're going to be like that. Okay, so here is our little transport where we're going to put everything back. Right, you have the two disc walkers. They came in a really good set, I think 40 bucks or 35, 35 or 40. It gave me a whole fucking bunch of them. You know what I mean? Like a whole fucking bunch of them. And they're really well sculpted, and yet they're very fragile but like durable. It's a weird way to explain this group of zombie. They're like fragile and thin, but I don't fear them ever like breaking. They're built so well, I don't feel sketch around them being mishandled. But there are general rules with anybody who handles these models that are of my collection. If you're gonna handle them, you cannot be too heavily under the influence of alcohol. You know what I mean? Just have like a sense of like respecting my shit, and I will play this game with anyone. That's the truth. As long as you ain't breaking my shit, like I will play fucking hell of games with you in the last round. So that's that one blob, and then these guys are like they're the same size, but like you could tell that they are in fact very much a different zombie from these guys, right? Big time difference. But just enough to notice, like not too fucking radically off to the point where like, hey, that obviously is not with that zombie group. Well, yeah, no shit. Like so that's the one group. and then the other based ones is another one. Um, they both pair well, which is almost like perfect. It's so very fitting for another encounter, right? Like you go into the mansion and like say these ones you encounter in a room, like are in like two per room, right? Like sudden encounters like two zombies per room or like a whole or maybe you fucking get the whole blob of them in one room. Like what are you going to do? Like you got to hope to fuck that like you still have a adequate team of shooters to deal with like a sudden engagement of multiple targets, especially in a close quarter. I think that a close quarter should have a kind of a command, right? So focus fire is like that's obviously all range involved attack. So a command for close quarter attack would be like the team leader, for example. This is me just brainstorming, by the way. I do a lot of thinking out loud, and that's kind of just my flow of things. Um, if a team leader says not focus fire, but close quarter engagement, and switch to being more melee about it, that could be something. It's just a cinematic way of giving an instruction. Okay, so these here altogether are three owls that sit atop, perched on these kind of like growth things, we'll say. Like they sit on top of like these crackly bushes that are like sticks, like dried bushes, like dead bushes. And I seen them, and this whole pack of three was literally, and I mean literally, like $3 or $4. They are 28 millimeter scale owls that are sitting perched atop little like shrubby branch things. And what's their role? What's their significance? Why did I pick them up? I think that they should be a collectible. I think that they should be a animal relic class, not relic class, but like animal class survivors, rescuable animal survivors, right? So what would that be for exactly? Well, maybe their lore is like it's the forest, right? So there's owls, of course they fit, of course they would. Why in the fuck would they not, right? How in the fuck could they not, right? That's the true question. But maybe just as important is like why? Why is there a representation? Two things. It's the forest. Number one, it's the forest. Number two, it was $3 or $4 for these three models. Very small, very, very small, right? Like you paired, like how can I size comparison them to something? So like there's them, right? And here's some dog models like next to them for comparison. They're like, go get the bird. Oh, get the bird. Oh, go up and get the bird. Right? Oh, as you can't see them, that's too close. Bring them back. Bring these guys back. And that's just kind of how that goes. They're the rescuable animals of the game. I think is like it's an appeal to. If you ask me, I think it's a natural thing. Like if you have a fucking heart, do you know what I mean? Like if you're a dog person, this would definitely appeal to the, dare I say, dog people, right? I'm a dog person. I don't have a dog. I can't say I'm a dog person. I like dogs. I like cats. I just don't have animals at this stage in my life. But like, it has nothing to do with that. It just goes to show that like if you value human life um as much, you won't leave the forest without them. Do you know what I mean? Like you won't, if you value them the way you value your own life and human lives, then you won't like go to sleep comfortably being like, at least I got out of there, but fuck those dogs and those stupid animals in the forest. Nobody says that. But you'd be surprised. There are some shitty fucking people out there, and that's what the forest does best. The great cosmological equalizer. If you enter the forest, you are either meant to save someone else or die yourself. That's really the A B of it, the ABC of it. You're either one you've been given one of two outcomes ascribed to you by the phase. It's the phase that does it. The phase of the forest. The phase element of the forest is what does it. Right? So you'll make a choice. When you see innocence, you're going to do one of two things. If you ignore it, you're damnating it. You know what I mean? If you attack it, the forest is going to kill you for sure. Like that's all it's damn near promised, right? You've already made like a transgression against nature. It doesn't tolerate these things. The forest and the phase doesn't tolerate humans mistreating each other. The forest doesn't tolerate someone killing a grizzly bear. The forest doesn't tolerate, you know what I mean? Like abandonment. It doesn't tolerate, and it's all human shit. It's all like a cosmic karma get back check and balance system. Like if you've done wrong, you get pulled into the forest. And you have like you probably don't even have a chance or an opportunity to make it right, you know? That's just like that's my philosophy when I think of the animals and the nature of the animals that live in the nature of the forest. It makes me think of the forest. It makes me think of the undead animals in the forest, like the Wendigo, um, Eldritch. That was what I was trying to figure out for the longest time. It was on the tip of my fucking tongue, and I couldn't remember until today. An Eldritch beast, the Wendigo. We're gonna do him last. We're gonna show him last. The Eldritch beast, the Wendigo, the embodiment of the Reanimator. Okay, so comparison size to the 28 millimeter dogs. These are the 28 millimeter owl. They are legacy, I guess, because they're yeah, they are legacy survivors. If you get them, they are like among the first. So maybe it's a quest, right? It's a quest. That was what I first thought of too. Was like they got to be a part of the forest. They got to be a part of like the quest line somehow. Somebody's quest tree involves them. Um, Maybe it could be a part of the default quest. Like you got to, if you see them, you bring them back with you, and they basically go into your relic slot. That's how it would physically work, right? You're moving along, you're progressing in the game, right? It's you and your fucking team, and then suddenly you come across these owl, right? What would happen? He doesn't just like sit on your shoulder, right? Even though like or him traveling with you. This is your familiar animal. Maybe your character has a familiar animal. Like wherever Claire goes, right? Her familiar is not far. And it's just like an associated kind of like a charm. He's like a there's like an animal charm, like an animal association with everything. I think that would be kind of cool. But initially when you go to save the owl, you just pick him up and he goes into your inventory. He's now safe. If you die, right? If you're dead, he gets put back into play. He cannot move. He just sits there, right? And if there's nobody to alternatively in your party, right? Come along, for example, and then collect that owl. If there's nobody there, that owl is then presumed dead, right? Because there wasn't anyone to pick him up. But he's an owl, so it's yeah, the owl died because it's the psychotic forest and all that it brings. but it's also an owl. He sits all the way up in the top of the trees. Like, what the fuck is gonna get him up there? Like, honestly, that's just the realism behind that. He either lives or he dies. Canon, you just don't bring him back to the last round. You don't bring him back to the pub. But what you want to do is if you come, so really it's there's three chances. There's three. You can only bring back one, maybe. Maybe I could render them three different colors, right? Like a brown one, a gray one, and a white one, or like a reddish brown one. Each one is two tones, you know. Like this guy will be like a reddish brown and like an off bone white, and then this guy will be like a darker blue gray, and then his secondary color, like whatever that is, right? And then like same thing, like this one could be like a black and white owl. That would be fucking cool, right? Just black feathers, white feathers, and you just get in real close and you do each of their like articulated, you know what I mean? Like each of them have like really articulated feather textures. That's what made them really fucking sick, dude. Is like these guys are fucking cool. Like painting them is gonna be really fun. See the little fuzzies on their ears, like I don't even know like what did that, but I think in the transport and the packaging, I think, cause some models like they came uh like wadded up. Like these guys, they came in a plastic bag, but they were wadded up in a like toilet paper or tissue, um, fucking paper towel. So some of the paper towel fabric like clinged onto their ear tips, and it just like made it into the prime. Not a real big deal. I have tweezers, pull the shit off. Okay, so we have another character. So this character is the other wandering survivor. This is the one, the only Brent Whistler. He is modeled, so his conceptual art is 100% to AT, like 1-to-1 ratio, perfect uh, of him. So the picture of him and the physical of him are identical, 100% identical. The cool thing about Brent Whistler that I did not know until after and getting him out of the box, this fool has a fucking backpack on. Now there's one simple recipe to follow in TLR, and it's that if the model has it on them, it becomes reality for them. So since he's holding a sniper rifle, but he has no scope, he could still be like a really good iron sharpshooter. You know what I mean? Iron sight sharpshooter. Easily. Very easily. Um, but, plot twist, he has a fucking backpack. Do you know what this means? Is like, even though, like, this is what I'm going to say. Is like, even though character models that everyone, like real character models that everyone's familiar with, and even in our game, they're able to carry stuff, right? Even though they don't have a backpack. Uh, like these four characters, Resident Evil cast, and Rick Grimes, and Rick Taylor, and you know what I mean? Any of the personalized playable main characters, not just Resident Evil, they can carry one heal, they can carry one throwable item, and they can carry one relic slot, and they have room to carry one antidote. So like, and that's the magic of the antidote is like even if it would appear that you don't have it room in your inventory, there is a specialized pocket. It's a specialized inventory system. So what this means is because Brent Whistler has a backpack on, this now means that he inherits the properties of the character models. Uh, if you wanted to play, what this roughly translates into is now, if you wanted to play as Brent Whistler as a Resident Evil style playable main character or any of the other universe main characters, you now can. If you just chose to play as him, or if you wanted to have him as your team leader, or if you wanted to have him as like your like he could have the subset, he could have the main default rule setting that that these others have, and it just clicks because he's got a backpack. They don't, which would almost imply like he should be the one to carry the most shit because he has the backpack. No, no. It means he now can do the things that these fucking fools do and have. So it's not a big jump, it's not a huge adjustment, but it is just something I wanted to make sure was made clear and just understandable. It makes sense to me, so that's all that matters. I'm just kidding. But honestly, it's a simple to understand game. It's simple to play with really great sculpts for the right price. That's the thing. And again, I'm not going to try to make a product placement. I'm not going to try to make an advertisement of any kind. All I can tell you is that if you want to get into 28 millimeter models and stuff, and you want to get into painting, and if it even so much as interests you into even playing a game like this, like a skirmish game, where you go along killing bad guys and eliminating enemy model threats, right? When you go along doing that, it becomes so much more fun than like just, oh, 15, 20 years ago, I would see a model like this or all these collection and go, oh, that looks nice and way fucking cool. Too bad I don't have the fucking money to do it. Well, now you no longer get to say that because this hobby is so fucking cheap. The paint is cheap. The glue is cheap. The models, if you get enough of them over time, it's not really cheap at all. If you go through Warhammer specifically, you're gonna go broke. It's because of Games Workshop. Like that's why shit was so fucking expensive. They were the only people on the block that like more or less owned the rights to certain things, like prohibiting other fucking companies from doing this really cool thing. Um, that is no longer a reality anymore. This is the golden age for a number of different things, and this is one of them. Okay, so here we have LLDA. We already showed him earlier with Rick, but I did. Oh, look at that, right on time with the slide. I didn't even mean to do that. I keep doing that. He's easily one of my favorite models. He's easily one of my favorite characters. You know, let me just be totally transparent. What I'm about to say is probably going to upset a lot of fucking people. And no, you know what? It is going to and jar a lot of people's fucking fragile reality, what I'm about to tell you. And no, it's not what you think. But what I will tell you is this. The only Resident Evils to me, Matt, personally, if you ask me, Matt, personally, the only Resident Evils that mattered is 1, 2, and 3. Nothing after that mattered. Nothing. I don't like anything that's not tank controlled. I don't like anything that doesn't have shitty high pixelated polygons. I don't like anything that, you know what I mean? One remake was a lot of fun. It's its own thing, but it's a lot of fun. That one doesn't count. Two remake was really, really fucking good. It was like a graphics overhaul like nothing else got in the series. That game is also a lot of fun. And finally, Resident Evil Nemesis remake was fucking awesome. Like the 1, 2, and 3 remakes were fucking awesome. All of them, respectably, earned an awesome place in the canonization of things, right? That's the official, that's the verbatim. That's the bona fide. That's the real deal. 1, 2, and 3, and their subsequential remakes. Any and all of the rest of the games were fucking dog shit, and I fucking hated them. I don't just dislike them, I fucking hate them. But you know what? It's okay. Like someone else's gross, someone else's yuck is someone else's yum. You know what I mean? Like that's really all that is. But here's the thing about El Diano. He's from 4, The Village, I think, right? I'm gonna be straight up with you when I say I've never even played the fucking game. That's gonna just like blow the fucking socks off of a lot of people and really actually upset and offend people. But here's the truth. I'm not trying to offend you or bash something you like. All I'm saying is I never played it. It wasn't appealing to me. It doesn't feel like Resident fucking Evil to me. That's why I don't like it. But you know what I do like? El Diano. This fool, he's like the only good thing that came out of that fucking game. Like the hit, like Leon's model and rendition is cool, but this fool is fucking beyond awesome. Especially with the parameters and lore fluff that I've really embellished him with. See, look at modeled after conceptual art after the model. That's actually the image more or less associated with the creation of the model itself. When you go to purchase this model, that's what it looks like. But I re-rendered it to be like, hey, this is the model. This is Aldiano. Bring him to life, and it just like does that naturally. So anyway, we're not here to bash on anything or anyone, right? All I'm saying is Resident Evil 1, 2, 3 and their remakes are the only games that counted. Everything else is bullshit and make believe and semi retarded. So, yeah, that's where I leave that. This is El Diano. His chainsaw blade is slightly bent, but other than that, I think it's actually a perk to the fucking, you know what I mean? I think it's actually like a plus because he's so crazy and it's symbolic of him being in motion, a forensic motion, a somatic, cinematic fucking. He's flipping through the air, or he bent the fucking chainsaw, dude, and he's just so crazy that he's still revving a broken chainsaw. Like, nah. I tried to like I really not gonna lie. I took a lighter and I put it next to it and then tried holding it straight and it still didn't do anything. Like fire and heat, I guess, would be able to fix this. See how it's not straight up and down? It's like kirked. Uh, Eventually I was like, dude, I'm not gonna be the guy who snaps the fucking model just because I didn't like the way it was shaped. You see how easygoing and relaxed I can be over a cheap piece of, because that's what he is. He's a cheap piece of fucking plastic, and it's not a toy. I mean, he's not a toy. It's a game piece. It is a skirmish game piece, I guess. But it's also a sculpt and it's also very much a piece of art. So what you're doing essentially is you're buying a piece of art. Now what you do with it after you get it and construct it and paint it is ultimately up to you. But I'm telling you right now, this dude's color palette is not involved at all. If you look at the image and you look at his original color palette, that's what we're going to go with. We're going to go with familiar color palettes that everybody knows and recognizes, even the fucking people who love Resident Evil 4 that I don't. We're going to keep him canon. We're going to keep him canonized to what he comes out of. Um, I might not like the game, I might not respect the game, but I will always honor, like, and respect Aldiano as a bad guy. And I think I'm giving him more, see, like what, tan and lighter tan, that, and then like a off potato sack. Like what is it? Two, three different color palettes, maybe some red for the chainsaw. Like make part of it red. Make it kind of like leather faces or fucking Ash from Evil Dead, right? All right, so that's those models. You have seen the paratrooper model, but you didn't really get like a standalone with the paratrooper. He was super cheap as well. He was also like $2 or $3 because it's just like a tiny little crouched guy. You know what I mean? Like he's just like a almost nothing model. He's about as much plastic. There's probably more. Look, there's probably more modeling material in the fucking There's probably more modeling material in the owl than there is the sniper. I think that's a cool contrast. It's like the sniper and the owl, right, are both um they're both late night hour characters. It's late, you know. It's like an ungodly hour when the sniper and the owl are both in the forest and they both need rescuing. You see like that do you see how like this is the mirror of relation? He like kneels before the owl. The owl is not afraid because the owl is also a hunter of the night, right? The sniper is not afraid because it's an owl. He's rather reflecting on how much like the owl he is, like honoring what the owl is, and all, and both of the a kinship to the relation of the human to animal experience is like they're both in the nature. They're both needing to survive, finding themselves having to rely on their survival. It's these this image here is like the embodiment of survival. Like their front end of their mind, front end of their fucking talons and hands and feet, right? And they both have to be sharp, and they both have to be swift, and they both hold a pile of fucked up secrets, right? Okay. Some will say, "Well, Matt, dude, that's a little deep, dude. Like, why you gotta go so deep, dude? Because sometimes it is that fucking deep." Okay, so here's a special something. Who do you think this should be? We talked about him just hours ago. He came for free. He was an extra thrown in model from the company with one of the Black Hill sets. So he came with either the PMC or the sheriff. With again with no base under his feet, so I made him a base. It is none other than who I may presume to be the mysterious stranger. Look at his hush puppy shoes. This is like take a moment to just like reflect on like his trench coat and his detective PI hat, right? He could be like the synth from fucking Fallout 4, but we don't have synths in this game. There is no advanced super technology like that in this game. It's not a sci-fi game. This is a super horror game, cinematic horror game. So I consider him the serious stranger. No, the mysterious stranger because I mean aesthetically, it just nails it. Just fucking nails it. Look at I wish I could have the shadow moved so you can get in on his face. The still I showed of his face, this is really good. It's like this really such a well defined, even because he's all one piece and he's actually a very solid model. It's like his material wasn't like that of like a resin cast. His was like so the stronger shit. My voice is cracking. The stronger shit is like a lighter color plastic. It's more plasticky. The finer 8K stuff is like a darker gray, like resin. Not when I say resin, it's a hard density, but it's porous. So it because 8K density resins, uh, they provide the highest definition. So they're not like fragile, but they're not as uh, petroleum based dense as like a solid cast. When the resin 8K cast, it's like there's like a laser that's like building it layer by layer like this. When a guy like this, he could be poured in to a cast and then everything's shaved off. Maybe I don't know. But I think that this guy was built a little bit differently, but just as effective. He looks kind of like a Dick Tracy, if I didn't know better, if he didn't have a gun, that would be the Jeeper Creeper, dog. You know what I mean? He would be the Jeeper Creeper for sure. Only, um, it's not. It's just like I mean, a mafia mob guy. I would say like definitely a mob guy, definitely a mob character. He could totally be something, and I have no fucking idea what he is. They just don't tell you what it is, so like you have to like assert him into a role or like create a lore for him or a background, right? It's like him and Brent Whistler. Like Brent Whistler was like as is standalone model. Like what do you sell him as? You know what I mean? Like oh, he's for your survival horror zombie game. Okay, like Lone Wanderer or like Survivor Rescue Survivor. Yeah, whatever makes you happy. That's what the fuck he is. It's like, so I think that's what they like marketed Brent Whistler as, but I could be wrong. He could be in like an actual character to like another board game or like another skirmish game. The one thing I noticed, like I said before, is this dude's barrel on the end of the Thompson is probably snapped off. I looked in the bag and like didn't see anything. That's the first thing. You get it out of the box. You have it in the bag and you're like, okay, what's fragile? What's snapped? You know, I have models that came to my house from like fucking Ukraine and England and Europe and France and Germany. Like I have in this collection, that's what's so fucking. I spared no expense, but the truth is, it wasn't expensive, but I had to use different currencies in order to get certain shit. You know what I mean? Like pounds and euro and fucking, you know what I mean? And ruples and shit just to get all of it together. It was just an exchange rate. You still spend your US dollar, but there's a conversion rate, you know, and then there's taxes, and then there's three or four or five, four or five different countries' tax systems. You know what I mean? So it's euro on the tax. It's fucking, you know, pounds on the tax. It's fucking ruples on the tax. Well, not about ruples, but whatever the fucking Ukrainian money system is. Ah, can I just say, I fucking love coffee. Okay, we're gonna move along. Um, we are most of the way through this process. Okay, the next is going to be honestly a build that took a crazy turn, but like there were no roadblocks in the development of this next group. In fact, every time some new headway is made, it just gets darker and crazier and cooler every time we advance. So, I think this is, yeah, we're pushed a little far forward on that. Let's come back some. We have Drifter, the leader of the cultists. The cultist leader. Drifter. How are we just not centered? That's probably center. Yeah. Get a good light angle on him. Come back this way. Perfect. Drifter is the model with two kukri blades, right? The Gurkha, two Gurkha style poison tipped blades. This dude, another cultist, he has a cane and a lantern, right? The cultists, they're evil, they're wicked, they are responsible for the zombies, they are responsible for most of the abominations, basically. They take dead animals and dead people and they bring them to Dr. West, right? So, okay. So Drifter, I think was definitely US made, but it's the Plague Doctors models. But cultist Plague Doctors, they are sold as Plague Doctors, right? So it just so happens that where they're sold from, like their point of origin, like where the vendors, the sculpts, the artists who make the versions of the Plague Doctor cultists, they're called Plague Doctor models specifically, and you can cross them over into virtually like any kind of game that would require them. So like that's the reason for having them. They were hardest to variate because I mean, like when you look at them, they're different sizes, but then like you look at their bases that they're fucking standing on, and that makes all the difference. You see, uh, once I get them all out there, I can actually give you the full rundown on what these guys are like. Okay, so we're gonna put one character forward at a time of the plague doctors, and we're gonna talk about each one. Everybody who's not this dude. So, okay, all these dudes, these are all the Plague Doctor cultist models. They've come from all over the world, really, and that's honestly the unique love and joy of the gnarliest kind of bad guys you can think of. So for me, um, I thought of them because I needed like some kind of mysterious figures that like operate in the fucking night and they're just utterly evil and do unspeakable, unthinkable fucking things. Do you know? And like I needed that in the game. Like I wanted that in the fucking game. And sure enough, we got more than what we bargained for. We got more than what I got more than what I fucking asked for, in that regard. So let's just make sure everybody's in frame. I'm going to move everybody over so that we can get everybody up in here. They're so well sculpted that it just feels like, it just feels like they fucking belong. It really does. They really feel like they all belong naturally in this world, like in this realm of fucking insanity and lack of justice, right? Justice is coming to town. That's the thing, is like they've been getting away with this shit for too fucking goddamn long. And their days are now numbered. But not if Drifter has anything to say about it though. That's the thing. Drifter is their leader. He's kind of got like a plague doctory aesthetic, but he's completely aesthetically unrelated to them, more or less. All right, so let me just do a quick glance, right? So this one here, let me see, this one here in front of my pencil, this guy right here, holding the incense burner in left hand and the injector needle in right hand. When I seen their aesthetics, all of them, like I knew they had to be a part of this. I knew right away. I needed them. They belong here, right? Well, let's start with this first one. He comes from Ukraine. Um, this first guy right here, he's from Ukraine, and they were all fair priced. But the truth is, some of them were like let me tell you, like this guy, I think, cause none of them were less than these four, one, two, three, four, five. These five were the most expensive models because of what they are. But and the truth is, like, there's nobody in our country in the US who makes these that I know of. And if they do, I'm going to feel really fucking stupid, but that's okay. There's no taking it back. There's no undoing having them. They're here now. But like this, it's so fucking crazy because like this one is like $16 or some shit. Not even really. But this one and this one, I believe, one of these, this one for sure was like $34. 34 fucking dollars, dude. But the thing is there it's a complete more or less cast of the Plague Doctor aesthetics that like you would not find anywhere else. You know, like they all have the Plague Doctor mask. They all have the long like attire, robish attire shit. They each even have unique kinds of gear, like special to each one of them, and it ties them all into this one cohesive. They are an exclusive element. Like if I add more Plague Doctor cultists into the mix, I can. But I'm only going to do that if they're not these guys. There are no doubles, right? There are no doubles. And because of that, like the Plague Doctor cultist collection can increase. But it's only out of strengthening their numbers and strengthening the cohesion of their aesthetic and ensuring that if I get it, it A has to match physically, aesthetically, and B has to be fieldable in game. It's got to be able to function. It's got to retain a nominal functioning, working in game mechanic that has no problem fitting seamlessly into the last round. So that is my requirement, right? That is the only way. That is the only way. I want them, provided that they work and they look fucking cool. They got to meet two criteria. They got to look fucking awesome, and they have to function in the game. They have to be able to be functional, nominal, working, like really works, really functions, like really, really, really. And that's my game plan, right? So okay, so we were in a storyline kind of order of the Plague Doctors, right? Okay, so this guy's from Ukraine. He wasn't one of the expensive ones. This guy's from England. He was one of the more expensive ones. Drifter doesn't count. He's from the US. This dude is one of the ones from England or Germany. So it goes Ukraine, England, Germany, and then these two are also from UK or Britain. So literally like each one almost came from a different fucking continent too. So that's a major the main attributing factor as to why each of the Plague Doctor cultists costed the amount that they did. It is exclusive to, is primarily in due and partial to the fact that there are different currencies, different money systems it took to just facilitate having them here. But I knew to spare no expense with them because mechanically, as an encounter in the game, what happens is you won't see, and they are a time sensitive spawn. You know what I mean? You won't see the Plague Doctor. You won't see the cultists before a certain time. So each round in the last round starts around new time. Well, default round start should be noontime. You can opt to start the round at a later time. I wouldn't fucking recommend it because that's you asking to start out in a later stage of the game. So 12 noontime, just outside of the pub, like part of the way into the board is going to be your first encounter, like one or two zombies, right? And that gives the players warm ups, progressional warm up, right? So it'll give your ranged shooters um, a no problem, easy pickings, low hanging fruit. But like by 1 o'clock and 2 and 4 and 6 o'clock p.m., uh, there's going to be a whole lot more zombies at a time. There's going to be a whole lot more enemy spawns at a time. There's going to be a chance that like fucking Sniper Wolf and her crew is out there. There's going to be a good chance that a roaming boss is out there, like the zombie bear or Aldeano. But there's also going to be a chance that, well, not a chance, but okay. Whatever turn it is, that's what hour it is in the game. So turn one is at noontime. Turn two, three, four, five, six. You're 6, 7 turns into the game. It's now 6 or 7 o'clock in the game. This is a time mechanic that triggers sending out more and more spawn, but more and more difficult and more variable kinds of spawn. Like in chess, after you've defeated a number of the enemy pawn, you then start to engage fighting with like the knight and the rook, you know, and the king and the queen and this the tower and you know what I mean, like the different pieces that are more advanced have more abilities and can do more things, and they're more important to take out. They're worth more. You know what I mean? They're worth more to take out. So, in short, the cultists. This is the team from. So this is my adaptation. One of my adaptations from Tarkov. These guys are from Escape from Tarkov. They just don't look like this in Tarkov. So, cultists from Tarkov, uh, they poison you with poison, right? They have traps snared for you that will poison you. Only in our game, this doesn't take place. But in Escape from Tarkov, this is what occurs as an environmental hazard, specifically in the map of the labyrinth. In our game, Drifter can stab you with poison blades. This guy can shank you with a nasty needle that he has in his hand there, full of death serum. So it's poison, but it's called death serum. Now I know that that sounds like isn't that a fucking fancy way of saying antidote? Do you mean antidote? No, death serum. You mean you can't use the word serum after death, but it's really a death injection. So they have poison on the blades. He has poison in a needle. This guy has a club, like a cudgel, I guess you could say a cudgel. It's a stick with like a heavy piece of metal on the end, and it's basically like a blunt force object. So him, like these two, they both have that like cudgel style melee, but on the end of it, it's like rubbed and dipped in poison. So like if one of these dudes crack you in the fucking face, like so on a six, if any one of these dudes hit you on a six, you are instantly infected with poison, and you have 5 turns after the infliction point of death serum, or you will fall down dead. So let me simplify this. If any one of them hits you on a six, you are then poisoned, and the death clock begins with the poison. You have 5 turns after the poison infliction point to get the antidote off of one of these characters. They each carry one antidote. So they can each deal poison on a six like a fucking spider in the night. They can kill you no problem. But the only way to get out of that is to kill them yourself and take their antidote before the 5th turn, before your character falls down dead. It doesn't matter how many wounds you have, it doesn't matter how much fucking armor you have. None of that matters. This is their collective special six. Drifter has 2 melee and a bunch of health. These guys, I think, each have 2 hit points each, but no armor. So they retain a similitude to, because he's the leader, he stands out apart. So like these are his shooters, only they don't shoot. So see how they're like a subclass of character? You have a leader and then you have a subclass, right? So it's like Rick Grimes and his subclass of 7 Sheriff. It's Solid Snake and his subclass of PMC shooters. It's Sniper Wolf and her subclass of Russian scav gangster mafiosos, right? Mafioskis, right? Or whatever. But the same principle applies to the cultists. That's all I have to say about these dudes. They are really cool. They have a timeless aesthetic. You know, the Pastili Plague Doctor mask is like a strong nod to that as well. You know what I mean? Like that also keeps it very Tarkov. And it wasn't because of that. It's just a correlation that I see. You know, the Russian uh, presence from Sniper Wolf's crew. I think Sniper Wolf is actually Siberian or another ethnicity, but I wanted it to be as such that like when I went to buy the models for them, they are sold as Russian um, fighters, if you will. They all have matching coats, matching pants, and they all have matching Adidas shoes. That's another thing. I looked really close, and I couldn't help but notice. Um, okay, it's not them. There's this one. Yeah, yeah. Some have boots, while some actually they're straight up wearing Adidas shoes. I don't know if you can see this. You probably can't, but there's three lines on the side of their shoes. Let's see if I put him down like that. Maybe you can see it. Yeah, I'll turn him. I'll turn him on this side. You can definitely see it on this side for sure. Maybe. Yeah. Anyway, yep. There it is. There it is. Yeah, refocus, dude. Refocus. Refocus. Anyway, you can hella see it, dude. Just bump him a little bit. See those lines? I mean, if you're looking on a phone, you definitely won't be able to see this shit. But if you're looking at a computer, look at the fucking lines on the shoes, dude. He's wearing Adidas shoes. They love Adidas over there, dude. Adidas. So that was a cool little thing I learned about these models. So these are uh the higher end, but definitely worth it. It was like an aesthetic choice that I could not otherwise get any other way. So that's why I, with much love, brought them all home. You know, they're really like a one of a kind group, and they really deliver like a one of a kind attack in their own way. And it's so fucking just lore connected, and I love how well everything just snaps together. I'm bound to run into some kind of obstacle or something that's not going to work, right? So, without further ado, I'm going to show you the Michael Kelly variant. Boom. He doesn't at all look like, well, I don't know about at all. He's still a hulking brute that, like, obviously mutated. So the mutated abomination, right, is like, that's really the core criteria of him, is that he's a brute strength, right, and highly mutated. I don't know about highly mutated, but like enough to where it's fucking really noticeable. Even in this light, you could see the fit. So in this, with these two, there's two of them. There's like a mutated version, and then there's like a really fucked up mutated version of him. So I'll maybe like put him right here. Okay, so you could see the faces. Like, can you see that? You could see the faces in the flesh, like in his arm. There's like a bunch of faces, but it's such a high detail sculpt. His face actually has no flesh. Both of the models, it's a screaming like skull face. But like, yeah, dry brushing this is gonna be so fucking wild, dude. It's gonna be so wild. Let's rotate this guy. He's strong. He's like taller than the fucking rest of. He's basically like a tank from fucking Left 4 Dead. So you pair him against like yeah, let's pair him against like a sheriff model. Comparable in size to like a sheriff model. Like what some cinematically would that look like? Like opposing sides, right? Hella cool, dude. Like just so much fucking just cinematic action trapped up in that. I gotta rotate him a little bit. He's like, definitely BOW type fucking BOW type shit, bioorganic weapon type shit. So the other one, like, it's just like he's like a boomer. He's almost like this variant is very much like a boomer. He's like mid explosion. He's like swelling up. And this one too is also just covered in different faces. There's faces that are like popping out of the flesh of it. It's like a ballooning, flesh ballooning, fucking just. It's basically like a walking. He's a walking fucking hemorrhoid, pretty much. Look at his mouth is in the middle, and it's like a skull mouth, and he's like yelling, screaming. But like, look at all the faces on that guy. Isn't that crazy? Look at the faces on that shit. This one is actually going to be insanely, I don't know about difficult, but this will be the single, like, look, this will be the single most dry brushed model that, like, I will ever do. Look at all those faces. Just like faces on faces on faces are just like appearing. And, like, his main fucking skull jaws, like, dropping. But, like, the detail on the fucking pants, though. It's just like the pants and the flesh and the body and like just the texture of over everything. He won't be this. So this guy is just like a gnarly mess. I think like maybe this is him when you get him down to 1 HP. I think that like I could paint them both identically with the color scheme, but like this is him, the wandering boss, like the wandering Michael Kelly. So the story, the plague doctor cultist, they're just known as cultist. The cultist capture him and kill him. This is Michael Kelly. They kill Michael Kelly. This is the rendition of the yellow mutant monster guy. But they kill him and deliver him during the story to Biggie Man. Only Biggie Man's not in our story. He's in the mind of Aldiano. But they've taken him when he was a human, killed him, and delivered him to Dr. West, where Dr. West, right, injected him with the needle, and he was injected with the reagent. So it's almost like what happens if you get injected with reagent while you're still alive, right? I think that should be the discernible difference of like, yeah, he's like a hulking zombie monster, whatever the fuck, but he's not a zombie boss either. He's like a zombie. He is a boss, but he's not the zombie boss specifically, you know? But he's somewhere in between a zombie and a zombie boss, only he's not a zombie. Like he's a zombie, but he's like so much worse. Right? This is almost like the Leslie character, Leslie Wilkins character, or it's the Sarah Tovar. This is like the Sarah Tovar character in the story. Her head gets shot. He shoots her. This dude shoots her in the head. When they're both humans, he kills her and then kicks her head off of her body. And then in the story, the human version of Michael Kelly is captured, tortured, and then she confronts him and shoves her hand down his mouth and rips his vocal cords out. And three vengeful spirits come down and they introduce him to Kralok. And Kralok is like the ultimate get back, pure equalizer. I don't know about evil necessarily, but he's the Punisher, the administrator of punishment, and that's exactly the embodiment of the forest. The forest is a kind of a limbo where you go to answer for your shitty fucking human earthly affairs and transgressions. That's Michael Kelly right there. The yellow guy standing over the bear. That's Michael Kelly, the human form. And yeah, the middle model here, this is our Michael Kelly representation. So that yellow guy is supposed to be this dude. Anyway, long story short, cool rendition for a fucking cooler character, even if he's a bad guy, right? Even if that character is a fucking bad guy, right? Like a really bad, bad guy. He's really bad in the sense that like he's a protagonist of like sad. He's like the sad story, like the sad ending bad guy because he was good until he decided to murder Sarah Tovar. Because he did that, like the forest recognized that and immediately tried to settle the score. And like when it did, like he was just furious from it, and his his essence carried over. You know, like what are you gonna do? Like gonna keep like the forest punished the shit out of you. So naturally, what does he do? He fucking doubles down and starts killing the forest's abominations. And so the forest is no longer seeing him as a threat, even if he is eliminating things in the forest. But the truth is, he kills the bear, but then only to have the cultists and the forest corroborate in basically bringing the carcass of the bear to Dr. West, where later, okay, if I may, without further ado, show you the zombie bear, right? It could only beget one thing. If Michael Kelly kills the bear, what do you get? One iteration of the zombie bear. Okay, so we're going to zoom him out just a little bit. That way he's in frame. I want him. He's a little tall in this angle, but you pair him next to a humanoid, right? And what you'll notice is that that dude is fucking huge. You know what I mean? Like, fucking huge. How do we, like, zoom him back to get him in frame? You can't. You have to, like, go down. Damn. Or get closer into frame, really. That's really all you can do. Yeah, look at the fucking crazy articulation of, like, texture. Look at how on his arm it's, like, right here. The fur on his fucking arm is just, like, what about on this side? Yeah. On this side, the fur on his arm is just fucking gone. It's such a well done detail. Huge gaping maw, like huge crazy mouth, the spiky ass teeth, right? Size comparison. Him and the scav. It's just a bummer you can't get him all in the shot because he's too fucking tall. If we just, you know what we can do? Yeah, we can bring him up front to here maybe. Get them kind of off. I don't know. Right here is fine. But yeah, that's the comparable size difference. Push down like a little bit. There he is. You kind of get him. Yeah. Hella fucking cool, dude. He's got a fucking arrow sticking out of him. See that little arrow sticking out of him? And he's got different shit stabbing out of him. You know, he's got like giant bones stabbing out of his back. He's also got his back exposed. There's even a pickaxe. Like look, there's even a fucking pickaxe. Look at how detailed that shit is. Stabbed into him. This right here. It's a fucking pickaxe stabbed into him, into the back of him. It's really a sight to behold. It's like such a fucking well done sculpt. And this isn't even this is like the one variation of it too. This is one of two. So there came a point where I was trying to decide if like is there okay, now there's a variation. Does that mean it's a variation? or does it mean that he's one of two zombie bear encounters? Uh, it's definitely not a form thing, although they have a similar build, like the backbones that stick out and shit, and they both have a ornate, highly detailed base that they stand on. This one was really cool because he's standing on a pile of the forest leaves, like really detailed stuff, like really detailed leaves. Painting that is going to be a fucking pain in the ass, but it's also going to be hella fun. It'll be the right amount of time to spend on something that's going to need the right amount of attention. See how it's like the arrow is like kind of bent a little bit, but that's okay. And that's what I mean is like fine cast in the finalizing process of things. You can see how and why it's so difficult to get it just right. He's got long talons, dude. Like his balded arm, and with his like long fingernail talons. It's just so fucking cool, dude. I love the bears. Both bears have a special place for my heart. For these zombie bears, dude. Look at them. Look at this crib. Imagine that fucking thing coming at you, dude, and it's just like, this is what fools looking at. It's like, oh my god. Hell yeah, dude. Size comparison. So that there is the one of the two zombie bear. Right. Let's get him on the board. So when he came in, one of his toenails was broken off, but I glued it back. Look at this fucking dude. You can't, yeah, you gotta get lower too. He's like, I wish I could just like bring him up a little bit, dude. Yeah, at least that much. Yeah, dude. This dude is fucking rad. This dude is like, he's cooler than the other one, but like, I love them both, but this one is cooler. He did cost a little more than the other one, but you know what? Like, look at that. You can see through his fucking rib cage, dude. That's fucking crazy. You can see right through that shit. Man, I just wish this was a little bit lower. Maybe if I was to go like this. Let's go like this. Probably be less of an issue if I just fucking put him down there. Can you even see him though? That's the thing. Without that thing, like, probably just stand on this. And you could probably see him. Yeah, maybe not as much or as easily. But back here, yeah. Yeah, he ended up being fucking really fucking dope, dude. Like this dude. Yeah, there we go. This is such a fucking good sculpt. So spiky, so dangerous, dude. So fucking just insane. In fucking insane. Look at his arm, dude. The fucking his I just stare into his arm like dead zombie, and he's fucking pissed. It's like his rage. So this is the bear that I ultimately decided. This is the bear that Michael Kelly killed. Right when it was alive, he killed it. It was already wounded. But then fucking this dude comes along and he kills the bear. Like, look at the size difference. Like, look at the fucking sheer size difference. It's a 30. No, it's a 28 millimeter bear. And that's a 28 millimeter, like, mutant. And this is another 28 millimeter bear. So they're both about the same size, but like a overgrown, like, grizzly. He could be, I guess, like a 32, but not. He's a fucking huge bear. Like, he's so much more. There's so much more to this guy. The field test, the battle test, actually on Snake plus his PMC and a grenade test and a focus fire test, it all landed on this dude. So it brought him from 8 HP down to 4. And then he landed one attack on Snake, and then they finished him off on that second focus fire. So that's like how That's just how successful and like important it was to conduct that study with that model, the actual zombie bear, the big giant one. Well, they're both big and giant, but it was this one that I used. He's gonna be the in-game fucking crazy, right? So these are three bosses actually, really. It's Michael Kelly is like the entry level boss. Zombie bear, which is like way intense, much to deal with. Um, yeah. So we are almost there, right? That's the zombie bear. That's Michael Kelly. Um, I wish I could just hang out with this fucking thing all day. He's easily like the coolest. If you ask me, he's easily the fucking coolest in the collection. But that again is subjectable. You know, just such HD. It's just so fucking 8K HD, high resolution, high fucking just so much definition. And with this guy, like these guys, I'm actually really careful when I touch them and move them. You really always grab them by their most solid point and their center of balance. That's how I move them. Never move them too fast, right? Okay, we're getting into the maw. Check out the maw, dude. So the maw is an all physical brute model. And what the maw does essentially, he's not canon at all to Splatterhouse, but he is canon to the last round. So see, he has like a mechanical kind of like steampunky kind of technical operating system. It's like gas or, like a weird breathing apparatus. Like this guy should have been Michael Kelly. Really, like his fucking hulking size and shit. Like this dude should have been Michael Kelly. But this guy is like so much worse, I guess. In he's one of the behemoth class models. So behemoth class model are giant models with more wounds, right? More attacks, more abilities, more animalistic, fucking just crazy. So with that being said, that's the Maw. There's going to be a lot to do. He too is also custom base, custom skin texture. It's going to be really something. Painting him and like the fucking weird hoses and mechanical, not robotic, but like the nemesis. This is guy. He's like a nemesis basically. In short, he's like a fucking nemesis from Resident Evil 3. Only he's not from Resident Evil 3. I don't know what he's from exactly. I don't even remember. I think it's just aberration, abomination, just a type of abomination. If anybody knows, like there's some models, like two or three, not really knowing what they're from. I was just like, fuck it, you're coming home with me. You're coming into the game. You're now part of my game. You're now part of our family, right? The TLR family. Okay. So that was those models. There's one left in this large one that I want to do. But before we get to that, I want to show off the finer sculpts of our collection. And they are Evelyn Cross B, right? That's the B variant. She ended up coming out so fucking good. Like, it's a fragile sculpt, but you know what? It's also paintable and it's also still fieldable and it's also still playable. You know what I mean? Like you could still run this model in battle. Like if you really want it, you'd have to be careful, but you easily fucking could. So this is the Evelyn Cross B variant. In this one, she has two Tech 9 auto pistols and her hair's down and it looks great. This is the Evelyn Cross main playable model. This is her version where we got yep, our poses from for her still and the pose that she uses in the fucking anime. See, there she is right there. So like 1 to 1, this one is Evelyn Cross. This one is also Evelyn Cross, but it's like a variation, right? It's like she's wearing something slightly different, like, but not really. She's wearing the same gear. It's just her hair's down and she has an extra auto pistol. Also, the model itself, different from the rendition, she has sunglasses on. So she's not naked. She has a top on. I guess you could say it's like a type of a, not a bra, but like a kind of a top, and just like really, really. So both both butts are like really, really short shorts. I mean, like painfully obvious short fucking shorts. But the character model is not naked. Like, for the record, like Evelyn Cross is not a naked character. I won't say she's like a sexualized character. Um, she has a strong rooted tie into the last round. She is like one of the absolute core characters now. She works at the bar. She is a playable character. She is a character that can deal melee and ranged attack damage. See, I should have like rendered the concept art with glasses. I don't know how I just saw. Well, I think we know why and how I saw past that part because I was distracted. You see, it's such a stunning, perfect sculpt. Um, but yeah, it's just like a lot of fun. It's like with her, it made it so there is absolutely a well balance in character selection and male to female choices, right? You could play as Evelyn, like this sexy, badass, dangerous model. Or you could play as Rick, who's like a a skill rich character, with dramatic, and they all have dramatic sequences and experiences of their own, right? It's really important that you like induct characters that you enjoy, not just like these here. It's like, oh, there's like a hot chick character. Who wants to play as the hot chick character? That's like not just the reason behind that. It's her style. It's her character. It's her flair. Like, like I could just have a fucking table of just male models and there's not even one female model and like it just wouldn't feel fucking realistic. You know what I mean? It just wouldn't seem or feel realistic. Okay, so to wrap things up, we've got the Evelyn Cross A, Evelyn Cross B. This is the main one, so this is A and this is B. Um, right here we have the Dr. West Model A, Dr. West Model B, right? Mad scientist shit. He's got a huge needle with a huge injector with like a pack behind him, right? And some kind of weird gear or cog thing like on the ground, another like bone saw thing on the ground. So it's definitely like him in a tile, like in a labyrinth tile on the tile or in the mansion. I wish I could get a closer look at his face. Like the fucking expression on this model's face is so fucking good. It's like he's like smiling but like maniacal. And it's the mad scientist. He's a mad scientist model, right? So this is Dr. West, Dr. Herbert West, A and B variant. Back here is Evelyn Cross, model A and B. And then lastly, we have the playable in game, seemingly younger variant of Dr. Herbert West, who's really just a model of a scientist in a lab coat with gloves on and a suppressed pistol. Like, he obviously knows that, like, he had been waiting for this moment for fucking a long, long time. And now accountability has come to town. So, like, when you fight him in game, he will be this version. this version and this version are just gonna sit in the case, honestly. They're like too fucking fragile. Like the needle and the tube like connecting, you know what I mean? It's too fucking fragile. These guys came as a pair, actually really cheap. It was like $6 for those two. And then like this one version, the standalone version of the Scientist, it was also very cheap. So it, that's the thing is like you're going for effective. You're going for looks great. And it depends on what you want. Are you just a collector and you have shit on display? And that's it? And that's all they fucking do? Or, like, which is fine. There's nothing wrong at all with that. Or do you field him in battle? Right? Dr. Herbert West. This one guy is in charge and this one fucking guy is responsible, you know? How? But how can one motherfucker just be so responsibly irresponsible for all of it for so long? I'm sure by the time the board game is over, we'll have a more definitive answer. It's a mad scientist, right? He's a mad fucking scientist. Like how mad exactly? I will show you. Dr. Herbert West isn't just a mad scientist. He is fucking crazy. You can't even begin to see the final form. This is the Eldritch Beast, the Wendigo, right? I can't even like begin to describe like this is the single most involved model. It's like the single most, do you know what I mean? Try to have something behind it so it'll like you can see, give it some light maybe, or bring him over here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, oh dude. Look at him, dude. It's a third zombie bear. Only the zombie bear has had giant fucking spider legs like sewn into it. So that's like the one freak immersion break in the game is these crazy spider leg things. I didn't even think about it. I was just like, dude, we need a final boss and it's going to be a fucking Wendigo shape-shifting eldritch beast. Something that like no one would have noticed unless I said this back right foot right here. It's that foot right here. The back foot right there that connects to the base. This base is for a 32 millimeter version of this model. The model is a 28 millimeter version. So I order this model. It was worth it. He wasn't expensive. It's the most elaborate, it's the most detailed, it's the most ornate, it's the most highest definition. It also has the most fragile breakable parts, but he still has to be playable. So the cast of it came out really well. It was really fucking durable. But here's the thing. They sent me the 32 millimeter base for a 28 millimeter model. So 3 out of the 4 legs connect onto the fucking platform, onto the base, right? But check this out. Because the base was too large, the back foot, right there it is. Let's put focus on this right here. You can't really see it so well as I'd like, but all I did was glue in. Actually, it's right here. All I did was right here was glue in hot glue. What it did, maybe we can see it better if he's up here. Fuck. Yeah, yeah. Oh, totally. Fuck yeah. There we go. Let's get a good rotate. All I did was fill that in with hot glue. And so the hot glue was able to make a gore pile, I decided, because he's already like standing in a crazy ass, you know, nasty mess of like dead animals and flesh and blood, and like he's such like a value of flesh like character, like real talk, like really. Wow, you just can't get a zoom on shit that's too large. So if it's too large of a model, it's like too high up in the air. But anyway, we'll just hold on to him and don't fucking let go. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Eldritch Beast. There's just so much like more detail that like this fucking camera angle can't even do it justice, really. Anyway, hella cool. He's a zombie bear. He is a fucking deer, right? So the skull of a deer, and then there's like a deer's head, like behind his head, right? Which is also very, and it's like laughing and like dead, kind of. Like his tongue is hanging out. It reminds me of Evil Dead, like Ash, Evil Dead, fucking easily some Evil Dead shit, And like Evil Dead also, like most definitely had a hand in the influence of Splatterhouse. Big fucking time. Big fucking time. So it's this leg right here. Now we can finally see it. It's right back there. See how it's kind of like mushy and like fucking the texture is like a little more blobular texture right in there. That's to close the gap between the foot and connect the foot to the base of this stone. Like he's standing on a fucking rocky outcropping of a stone. But then the base itself has like a fucking. Obviously, he's the king. Like, obviously, he is the ultimate boss. It's made very evidently clear that, like, he's the boss and he's like the final motherfucker that you fight. Um, Inside the mansion. You fight him inside the mansion, like in one of the main halls. I think that maybe you don't. You need like a large space to fight this guy. So if you had to fight this fucking thing in a close quarter and he has like five attacks or four or some shit. He has like four melee and one ranged attack. His ranged attack, he shoots a projectile bone shard, I guess we'll say, but he can only do it one time, and that's one of his special sixes. I think he has one special six. I don't think he has multiple. I think he just has one. One thing this model's really strongly reminds me of. Let me just say this: my gaming history with like board games and stuff, it goes all the way back to 1991 or 1992. I think it was 1990 or 1991. I was a little kid during that time, but the first game I played with 28 millimeter miniatures and models and rules and cards, it wasn't D&D. Although that's what a lot of people start with or started with, you know. For me it wasn't D&D, and it wasn't Warhammer. It was Hero Quest. So Hero Quest was my introduction to minis and fantasy gaming, right? And like survival. It's basically Hero Quest is an it's a dungeon crawler, I think is what it's called, a dungeon crawler. Um but it was about like this monster, and you're a particular hero, you're a team. Also, you're a team of different characters, and they all have different abilities, and they can all do different shit, and they all have different classes and powers, and you know what I mean, like shit they can do, and like it was the coolest thing that like I ever heard of when I was a little kid. It was like video games or this, and like I mean, obviously, it wasn't far enough along to be as developed as it is today. But Hero Quest was so much fucking fun that, like, of course, like the culmination and like the fruition and the product of that It's the last round. Like this final boss looks a lot like him. He's this like dude who's standing there with a sword in one hand and like a crazy nine-tail whip in the other hand, and like a screaming like demonic dog face. A lot like this guy's. Like that's what this guy reminds me of. It's the largest of the models, and not only that, but he's like clearly the most animalistic and like the most packs the most fear. You know, he's the most fear. He has the strongest fear aura. You know, like when you look at that, like you know inherent evil, and you look at this, and you know like the embodiment of wrong and disgusting and vile, and like when you look at him, you get the sense of dread and unease, and like nothing like this should be moving around. Like what is this? This is Dr. West's coup de grace. This is his you know what I mean? This is his like his baby, right? Is like something he's been building and like his failed experiments, you know, just like keep happening and happening except when they don't, you know, like when his one of his abominations goes horribly right and yet so unimaginably, unfathomably fucking wrong at the same time. You know what I mean? So there was going to be a point where he follows the William Birkin path, and you get him down to 1 HP when he fucking stabs himself with reagent, and he just poof becomes into this, you know, like a tyrant. So this would be Dr. West's tyrant. Only Dr. West does not turn himself into the Birkin tyrant. This is a creature apart from uh, anything like that, you know. So this is his. It's his brainchild. It's his baby, right? Not his baby, but like I could easily make this Henrietta. I could just call this Henrietta, his wife. This is what he turned his wife into, right? A fucking eldritch beast. According to the canon and to the lore, Herbert West like turned his wife into a fucking alleged dog monster. You know what I mean? So there's nothing dog about this model. There's certainly so zero dog, 100% beast though. Um, it has a bear's body underneath, and it has like the torso of a human. So it's like a bear, it's a human, it's a deer. They're like a couple bucks, right? A couple male fucking deer stitched into like a dead bear, and like just super gnarly, dude. And I thought it was just so stunningly fucking dope. On top of everything, there's like so many more Eldritch Beast models of the Wendigo. There's so many like versions and iterations of this fucking thing. Um, Thank you guys, big time, big time, big time for watching and listening. Here's one of our bushes. Here's one of our here's one of our 93 bushes that we have out of 400. So there's a lot to go. There's a lot more to do. Um, 20 months to go. And I don't see that as like it's all or nothing. You have until this time, you know, there is no like proverbial gun to jump. There is no rush even. It's just a structured like duration of time to follow that will give myself and the last round like adequate time to just like take care of um, the things that I'd like to see happen. Like for these bushes, they've got the base. We're gonna dunk. Okay, we're gonna dunk the base into a pot of paint, and then we're gonna set it down and let it dry, and then call it a day. Right. So that's the next giant assembly line thing to do with these. I had contemplated gluing stuff to the base, like cat litter or something. I can glue like rocky, cat litter bits or something. And then I'm like, nah, dude, just paint it. Fucking call it a day. There's a lot of them. So thank you guys so much. Big time, big time, big time. My name is Matt. This here was another visual show. Okay, so this was the first showcase of all of the models that are involved. Um, if I could just quick glance over everything that I was able to share with you in this 4.5 hour session. I showed you Sniper Wolf and her Russian gangster team. I showed you Snake and his PMC team. I've shown you the Plague Doctor cultists with Drifter as their team leader. Um, I've shown you Sheriff Rick Grimes and his choice selection of shooter sheriffs. We have displayed the 5 attack dogs in the War Dog unit, right? Way cool. Each very different from the last. We've went over our character Resident Evil class models of Claire and Ada and Jill and Leon. We even showed perhaps the single most important character in the game, Rick Taylor, of course. We've met our new additions of players, right? The 3 unrelated, no home now found model characters. That's Brent Whistler, the mysterious stranger, and the paratrooper. We even displayed the Michael Kelly character variant A and variant B. That's everyone on this side over here. We had plenty of time to go into the zombie models and how 24 of them looks like a lot, and it is, but it's not. That's a start. That's not all of them. That's a start. We have the zombie boss. We even displayed the other animal class of owl, right? The collectible animal owl rescuable survivors, right? We got Aldeano, of course, one of my personal favorites of the bad guys. I like and love all the bad guys in our cast, but I really love Aldeano as much as the zombie bear, as much as the eldritch fucking Wendigo, as much as the maw. You know what I mean? Like they're all fucking hella cool. And lastly, I've shown you the Wendigo beast model. Also, we've done the Herbert West models A, B, and C, and Evelyn Cross's A and B variants. Thank you guys big time for watching, listening wherever, whenever you may be, across the country, across the world, morning or night. Thank you for participating in this. If you like this, please drop me a follow. In no time at all, I'll be back at it again with a new presentation, with even more shit to share with you about this game called The Last Round. I'm going to play the trailer just one more time, and then we are wrapping it up. Thank you again. Tune in next time when we learn more about The Last Round.